the shit on at all either. Don't slurp, please.
You can leave.
I can leave my life. You're so annoying. This one? Hello, Davi. Hello, Tylee. Hi, Tata. I'm glad you made it. So I was definitely taking my time getting myself together. Hi, Kamoya. Hi, Apple user. I definitely knew with an hour and a half I needed to get on my shit. And I still waited until I had half an hour. I'm so the ADHD be kicking my ass. Hi, Star. Hi, Meanwhile. I will say that also Chris wasn't here. Chris wasn't here, so you know I couldn't go live.
Why would you tell them, man? You just gonna throw me just the bus. You just gonna throw me under the bus.
Bus him under it. Hey y'all, hey, please go ahead and like up. Oh, hi Annabelle. Please rest. So glad that you were able to join for a moment. Good to see you. Hi username. Hi it. I did drove the bus. I did. Hi Yanette. Hi Nyasha. If I said that wrong, please correct me. Hi Gina. I like to say y'all's names correctly. Hi Davita. I'm going to share this to my story real quick, y'all. Hi Trini. Hi Doreen. Hi Pretty Smile Bee. Please double tap and like the live, y'all. That helps us to share out to the public. Hi Jordan. Hi Jasmine. Hi AK. So I know y'all see, hi Marion, y'all see these people in our background. Don't worry. I mean, I don't know, maybe you're a fan, but you're not on like a Taylor and Clark Stan page. Hi Kaylee. But this is my husband, Chris. I go by Tina on here. And hi Forever Car. Hi Shanika. Hi Ashia. Hi SK. We are definitely going to be talking. So we made a video. It's on my page already. Hi Banana McGee. Hi 411 Creole Girl. Where we really talk about... hi Jasmine.
What happened now with that? Yeah.
So nothing with 3D so far. I mean,
3D,
not Final Dreads Destination. Y'all be on him hard. That's so funny. I love it. But we made a video on my page. Hi Jen. Hi Hannah. Hi Miel. Where we, not Archibald. Y'all are so funny. Where we talked about like, so I had made a video talking about sort of the DB behaviors that we've been seeing from Taylor to Clark in their lives. And I told like a really quick story time just to kind of like add a little zhizh to the video about my 15-year-old and this boy that she had been talking to and some behaviors he was demonstrating. And then people were like, oh my gosh, what did you do where she, like, what did you teach her that she was able to recognize those behaviors and to like get out of that situation? So then we made a separate video where we talked about those behaviors, the things that we taught her as parents, the things that we were really intentional about. Hi, Naya. Hi, Nyla. Okay, you saw it, AK. So yeah, so we wanted to come on because, oh, and thank you for subscribing.
Hey, that's what's up.
I will say, y'all, that we are, let me finish my thought because the ADHD is about to kick my ass if I don't. Hold on, y'all. So, hi, T. So we said, you know, we've got more than 10 minutes of information. And so I definitely did not want to like just keep making a bunch of videos. Hi, Earth Tony. So Chris is on the live. We really want to talk to y'all tonight a little bit about hi, Ava. Hi, Journey. About how to avoid raising Taylors and how to avoid dating Taylors. Hi Beeswax. And so part of our, it will still be obviously like Love Island conversation in here because we like to use them. Oh, yay, Kay, that literally makes me so happy. If I knew how to pin comments, Kay, I would pin your comment. I've been on live 1,000 times and I still haven't figured that out. Like, I don't know why it's so hard for me. Why is that such a challenge for me? Wait, what did you say?
Because you're a millennial.
Oh, my daughter's coming for my age, y'all. She said it's because I'm a millennial. Hi, Queen.
Just a fact.
Yeah, and so I really wanted to hi Haley. I really wanted to take a little space today to have she's so shady, Shanika. To have a little conversation with y'all through the lens of Love Island, because I say all the time to y'all, right?
It just went through.
And we're good. I say all the time that reality TV is really just a microcosm for the world, right? It's these behaviors that you see with these people are behaviors that you encounter from people in the regular world too, right? So if you're able to critically think about the patterns that you're seeing, if you're able to critically think about the behaviors that you're witnessing from these people, yes, they're reality TV people, yes, it's edited, right? But I say all the time, you can make a mountain out of a molehill, but you cannot make a mountain out of nothing. I don't think anything about it, the Queen of Reeds, only because I haven't seen it to think anything about it. I only heard about it third hand because a therapist that I follow made a video about it. Hi, Tanner. Hi, Drew. If you want to give me more thought or more details, I can try to give you some thoughts. Hi, Lilo. Hi, or Lilo. Hi, Ava. Hi, Nikki. So hi, Danielle. I will say to y'all that we are shooting for subscribers. Oh, I need to start a new goal. Hold on, y'all. Let's start a new goal. Okay. So we're going to shoot for 16 subscribers in this live. What we are doing in this live today is if you subscribe or you are already a subscriber, we are going to let you request to multi-guest with Chris and I while he's here. And you're going to get 10 uninterrupted minutes with us of being able to chat with us about whatever questions you might have from this perspective. Oh, Tanner, my favorite couple outside of the villa is definitely Nick and Andrea. And I say that not like I'm struggling to make a decision around it, but because I follow people once they leave the villa, but not as much as I do when I'm in the villa. I can be a fan of a person and not necessarily follow their content. You know what I mean? I can... Oh... Hi, Gigi. Hi, Mary. Okay, that's interesting. Free myself from Mick. I don't really feel held hostage by him, but thanks the blessing report. AK, I agree. So part of the reason why, hi, Maddie. Oh, are they your faves? I'm sorry, Kissy Face. Or Kissy Lips. It doesn't have an actual handle, so I don't know what your name is. So the reason why Taylor and Clark are behind us is because in TikTok world, what's recently, right? But in the last week, I made a video about Taylor and Clark on lives and observing his behaviors and how those behaviors are early signs of DV behaviors. And then I had a lot of people ask me, my 15-year-old was in a situation with a boy, and she was able to spot some troubling behaviors and get out before they really ever escalated to romance. And so people were curious about what it was. Oh, user, you don't even know what we're doing in here. But thanks for engaging. Thanks for watching. Domestic violence, Janae, that's what DV is short for. That is, are you talking about Taylor and Clark? Hello, Mar? I'm curious. And so we made a video about what our daughter did, what we did as parents to help her to be able to recognize some of those behaviors early on and to get out of that dynamic. And so we had a lot more, exactly, AK. So I'm going to say this, Kissy Face. If you want to tell me your name, I'll call you your actual name, but I hope you know that I'm talking to you. So when you said, I think he is just childish, I like to push back on that just a bit. Just a bit. Yes, Janae, yes. So I want us to be clear that when we're looking at actions like we've seen with Taylor in the lives, that is not, I know people say it and they don't mean it maybe this way, but I like to just, words mean things, and it's important that we're setting a certain tone and careful about the way that we engage with words. So when we say that he's childish, what that insinuates is that this would be normal behavior for a child. Mm-hmm. No, Sour
Or
Patch
not,
Kid.
Not at all.
It's not. So I want us to just not act like that is normal behavior for children, because my children, even boys, know that they don't act like that with people that they like. And my daughters definitely know to not expect boys that like them to act like that.
Period.
So
You
like,
can call it goofy.
yeah, goofy is definitely one. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, so I just like to push back on that a little bit, because I just don't want us to normalize that language. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think that they just see the live and they come on, you know what I mean? Which is totally fine. User, I actually do feel like he does not like women in general as people. I don't know if y'all know this, but it's very common to like not like a person even if you're attracted to a person. Does that make sense? Like you can be like, I don't like them as people, but still want to like kiss them because they are attractive to you. And I agree, Shanika. I do think it's a learned behavior from someone in his circle. Babe, what do you think? I'm doing a lot of... Do you think that his behavior comes from a place of like hating women?
Whoever this is, I hope he never does that to any woman, not just your daughter. Would you say again? I'm sorry.
Does he not like women as people?
This dude,
Taylor.
3D, who y'all call. Yeah, I believe so. I believe so too by his actions. But from what I've seen, from what I've watched, even going back to being in the villa,
Right.
I think I said that going back then, that like if something was off about him, I don't think he liked women.
Can y'all be sure to like the live while you're in here? So I will say, hello, Mar. I also don't... Thank you for the gift. I don't think that he deserves hate. Like, it's not about hating him. I actually have a video where I say I don't hate him. I just hate all of his behaviors. I don't like the way that he engages, right? He has said more than one thing that is just mean-spirited to the women that he says that he's attracted to. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know if I think that, hello, Mar.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
And I don't even necessarily, y'all, when I say that he doesn't like women, that doesn't mean that I think he's sexually attracted to men. I think he truly just does not like women as people.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make any presumptions about his, like, sexuality, y'all. Oh, that's a great question. And I didn't. I literally said blessing report. As you were typing that, I was already telling you that that's not at all what I'm saying. So I want y'all to understand that words mean things. So if I thought that he was gay, I would say I think he's gay. Okay? What I'm saying is I don't think he likes women as people. Exactly. It should be a cause for concern, Jen. So user asked, I didn't, Christian, but I heard, or Christina, but I heard that he threw a freaking brush at her. Ooh, that's crazy. So user asks, yes, can that behavior be changed, or is that something they won't acknowledge? Babe, you want to take that first? You want to give your perspective and then I'll give mine?
Okay, but what do you mean is that something that they
like
won't
Taylor's
acknowledge?
behavior? Do you think
No,
that
I think the behavior, yes, yes, I believe it's a behavior that can be changed. One, if he has to see that there's something wrong with his behavior. Right. That's number one. He has to see it. And then because the thing with how misogyny works is that men love to run in circles of misogyny, right? So what it is if you're most likely the people around you are the same, and if nobody is pointing it out, if nobody is seeing it, if nobody is saying the shit is wrong, then nobody even thinks that it's wrong. So what do I need to change? Everything I'm doing is right. I'm a man. This is how men are supposed to act. This is how men are supposed to move, right? So either him or somebody around him needs to first see that the shit is wrong and what you're doing is out of line, and then check it. And then we can do the work to start the process of changing it. I think it can be changed, but yeah, you have to start there.
I agree. So it's like you have to even think that something is wrong with the behavior in order to change the behavior, right? It's like, so
man, user, man.
Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you for saying that. Yep. No, blessing report. I'll address your comment in a second. But yeah, it is very, I mean, misogyny is common in all generations, if we want to keep it a buck, Ryan, to your point, right? Like, we live under a system of misogyny. Hi, Katie. We're talking about, people are asking whether or not we think that 3D's behavior can change in regard to Clark, those very early warning signs of DB behaviors. So, you would definitely need to have a level of self-reflection, right? Or people in your circle. And I think in this instance particular, because we're talking about a man that I think doesn't respect or like women in general, right? It would need to come from other men. It would have to be someone in his circle that is, I know it's crazy. I got it from somebody else, Jen. It is so funny to me. But they would need to tell him like, hey, it's actually something wrong with engaging this way, right? Which I know some people, I don't think she does, Jackie, unfortunately. I know that some people have said that they hope that Nick or Ace like say something to him because they think that he would accept it more if it came from another man. I think that they seem to be keeping their distance. Maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't really seen anything with any of them recently. You know, I think everybody, when they first come out of the villa, they're like, we're besties, right? Because that was what their experience was while they were in the villa. And then they get a little bit of, oh, Haley, we're talking about behaviors that we've seen with 3D. I have a video if you're curious to watch the actual behaviors. Oh goodness, these comments are coming a little fast. I do think that she's minimizing, Francesca. So I did make a video as well, just normalizing for people that is very common in abuse cycle, like in abuse dynamics, right? It is a little bit shady, but that's okay. That's okay. Because I actually do work, but you know, unfortunately for other people, I don't have the burden of having to work for someone else. So I get to be as engaged as I'd like to be on social media and with content. 3D is the man up there, Taylor. It's short for 3 dreads, Rose. But yeah, the behavior can be changed. I wouldn't like diagnose this man from just what I'm watching on TV, right? So I don't know what he would need explicitly, like him as a person, in order to change the behavior. But I do believe it is a behavior that can be changed, right? Yes. So by the way, what is spawning? I never heard this term before in relation to abusive behavior. I will explain that for you. Yeah. So somebody asked, like, do I think that Clark is able to clock it? Oh, I'm so glad, user. Maisha, it's just a joke, babes. He'll be okay. It's the same way everybody's pretty much got a nickname at this point. I wouldn't care, Maisha, because I don't know him. And I'm also 40 years old. That's like not a new thing someone could say to me. I don't know what you mean about anti-blackness. Are you saying that you think we're being anti-black to him?
It's not a joke, it's ignorant. Oh, that's cute.
Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the likes, y'all. Please continue to like up the live so that it can get shared out. Fawning basically means, so it's kind of like what it means is that you resort to some level of like physical connection. You try to like make it better, right? So like an example is, you know, maybe your partner is like being really rough with, or exactly, you know, actually the video, you can go and look at the video on my page where that's essentially what we see her do. So you see him shoving her and she goes in for a hug, right? And she goes in and tries to like, she's trying to like move his behavior away from this really toxic behavior. That is like such a tired take at this point that Nicolandria is forced, y'all. No, it's not right now at this moment about Nicolandria, though we do talk about Nicolandria. Yeah, I don't know. That was such like a stretch.
For real.
To say that was anti-black. Ginger, I have 2 videos. So there's, and they're the, whatever it's called, like the face, what is it called? Like the thumbnail. Thank you. They're the thumbnail of the video. And they're like two pretty much back to back. They're like from last week. But it's the thumbnail of them on the live. I think it's like his arm is outstretched from him pushing her. I think it's that thumbnail. But yeah, y'all, so it's important to know, you don't have to read every single comment. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, Ginger. Thank you for saying that, Ayana. Like, honestly, a lot of people are not able to clock this behavior. And so I do think it is important for people to name it.
Yes.
And to be able to say, actually, that's not normal. I saw clips of the live. It wouldn't have mattered, though. It wouldn't have mattered. There's no additional context that makes that okay. Is that what you're trying to do? Is maybe explain away abusive behaviors in my life, Brandy? I'm curious what's happening for you. Because of the type of content that I make, people often send me things and they want to hear my perspective about it. So I got sent several. Thank you, Gigi. I got sent several and watched them. And I will say that I already made a video too addressing that my analysis about his behaviors is also attached to what I saw from him in the villa, right? Where I hear him telling Olandria, maybe you're just not liked. Where I hear him telling Clark, maybe you just stink and that's why, flies are around you. Where I hear him saying, making fun of Olandria's feet. Thank you for joining my fan club. So it's like, it's not that he did something new. I don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry. Will you put like the phonetic spelling in there for me? He didn't do something new. So people watched my video analyzing his behaviors, and then I shared a story about my daughter. And so we're on here talking about how those behaviors can be seen, how those behaviors can be clocked, what those behaviors are to avoid relationships like this. Yeah, Melted Kisses. I did say, that I like to push back. I don't like his behaviors. I don't know that man purpose to know if I like him, but I don't like his behaviors. If he was playing like that with my daughter, it would not be a game.
Oh.
Hi, crazy teacher. Yeah, he does. And that's the point. H7H7333 is people want to reduce this to like, oh, he's being playful. But if you look at the totality of all of the behaviors that we've been able to see from in the villa to on the lives, there is a degradation and humiliation that he enjoys. He likes belittling. Even his even the stuff that he chooses to post about her. Right? Like he most recently had a post. I went to his page to get this screen grab, and his most recent post on his Instagram was about how she's clingy. There are posts about how she's running his pockets, and he knows that these are negative connotations, right? And he masked it as humor. And so it's important for people to be able to understand that when a man is talking about you, even when he acts like it is a joke, when he is talking about you in a way that is known to be derogatory, that's not somebody that likes you. I'm sorry.
At all.
I do want to address Blessed Report's comment. Terry, I actually work for myself. I'm sorry that you have to punch a clock, babes. I can't relate to that. Exactly, Shanika. He uses humor exactly to cover it up, right? He wants to say that he's joking, right? And so, it is a level of immaturity. This is my husband, Brandy. Go ahead, baby.
That's still not okay, though. I don't. What you're saying to me, what that says is you're trying to say that his immaturity is. That his abuse is okay because he's young and immature. No, that's not okay. You can't cover that up.
And Ebony, thank you. It is. And y'all, my 11, 12, 13-year-old, he knows not to act like that.
Yeah, stop making excuses for immaturity.
It's not because he's immature. It's because he thinks it's okay. And you know why? Because people come on and make comments like that.
Yep.
It's because people come on and make comments like that. From yours truly. People like to excuse abuse, and I think that I've just attracted some. I wouldn't presume about his home. That feels kind of anti-Black K, because what?
It's hella anti-Black.
I don't think it's funny though. If you think it's funny to be humiliated by your partner, then I think that that's like a different conversation you should be having. I screen recorded it, but I haven't watched it yet. I'm afraid I'm just going to be bored. Yeah, they are in here, Ivy. Terry is very much loving to be in my space right now, defending him. Hey, again, I agree. A combo they need to have with the therapist. And I say all the time, I am a therapist, but I'm not your therapist. So what you excuse in your personal life is not my business. It's not, because it's not about him, right? So again, I need y'all to understand that when I'm analyzing behavior, y'all are watching these people because what about him looks scary? Explain it. Your life. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too, Ebony. Yeah, I mean, the fact nobody wants to talk about that either, Tinkle Toes, right? Like, again, Tata, I think I have maybe a lot of young people in this live, which is unusual for my lives. But when we're in here talking about their behavior, they're just the people that we're watching exhibit the behavior, right?
Right.
But I could put this up here for anybody that I think this about couples on TikTok. When they do that couple content and the whole premise of the content is to embarrass their wives, that shit is weird. It's not okay. I don't know. So I think that, you know, who's y'all? What are you talking about?
Right,
you are
right.
like a little, you're giving obsessed when you really could just leave, babe.
Right.
I know, Jen. Terry, I think you don't know what parasocial means, babe. Because we're all parasocial to an extent, but I don't think you actually know what parasocial means, honey.
Yeah, thank y'all for the people that are saying, like, this is bigger than just these two people, right?
What does it mean, Terry? Drop the definition in the comments, honey. Prove yourself. It is bigger than these two people, right? So the reason why these people are in our background is, again, because we made, Ryan, because y'all not about to get in here and play on my live. Don't do that. She really is about to go searching. That's why she ain't said nothing yet.
Yeah, she's searching.
And she gonna give me the Webster dictionary version instead of the psychology answer. I can't. I tell y'all again, I'm a therapist, but I'm not y'all. So I don't owe you unconditional positive regard. You are not safe in here to just say whatever you want to say. I promise. Exactly, user. Exactly. We're not worried about their relationship. We're analyzing their behaviors because to a bunch of the people's comments in here, them watching my critical analysis, they're like, oh, I'm able to like see that. I'm able to clock that differently now than I would have been able to before. You still haven't answered my question, Terry. Thank you, Nikki. I know. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right, Tata. I usually don't. I don't know if I have any mods in here right now. So that's the only reason why I am. But let me stop. So we got on this live because, so we told y'all when I made this video that my daughter was in a situation with the boy. They were in a talking stage. And exactly, Ginger. Hi, Ebonika. And I said, if she's able to clock it at 15, y'all can clock it at 25. Okay. Hold on real quick, y'all. Hi, Montana. We're talking about similarities in Taylor's behaviors to DB behaviors and letting y'all know things that we've done, which we're about to pivot to right now as parents to be able to, you're not super late. You're not super late. To be able to armor our daughters to be able to recognize those signs. So, hey, I'm going to respond to that. So, DV, like domestic violence. So basically, our daughter was talking to this boy, and this boy was doing all the things that seem right on the outside, right? He would bring flowers when he came to see her. He'd be door dashing her food when she was hungry at night. He would come over and just hang out. They'd watch TV together, just very normal, respectable stuff. Oh, thank you, Brandy. Normal, acceptable, how you would expect someone to show up if they liked you type of behaviors, right? Y'all, please keep liking the live. And then she shared with us that there were some things that she noticed that were like problematic, right? Exactly.
A lot of people.
Anika, a lot
and
of
it's
people.
Scary. That's a part of why we're doing this.
Right? And so, it was things like attempting to demean her or degrade her. And I won't go into too much detail because y'all can go watch the video where I actually tell you. I don't want to eat up a bunch of time. And so when I made this video about them, I noted that example about my daughter and how the dad said, you should test her. And so he was telling his 15-year-old son to engage in certain behaviors. Tinkle toes, we don't make comments unfounded in here. But he was engaging in certain behaviors because his dad told him to, right? And this is why we have conversations like this, right? Because if y'all think that these things are not being normalized in people's homes, like, you are wrong. You are wrong. So when you're seeing Taylor do things like shoving her and pushing her, and somebody has normalized that behavior for him. Somebody has told him that that is okay. In this specific example, exactly, Nancy, it starts somewhere. In this specific example, Ayo, what happened was this boy told my daughter, oh, my top 5 faces are, and he named 5 people, and she was number 5. But all 4 of the people before her were celebrity grown women that had had plastic surgery done on their face. And so she was able to recognize, wow, like you're randomly ranking me in comparison to grown women who have all had surgery done on their face. So you're telling me that some unattainable standard, my natural face is never going to look like plastic surgery, right? You're telling me that some unattainable standard is better than me, right? It was an attempt at humbling of her. It was an attempt at degrading her, right? It was an attempt at humiliating her, right? And so this was what we saw when this boy right here says to Olandria, well, maybe you're just not liked. Or when he gets up there on that Stand on Business shout and his eyes go wild and he says all this stuff to her, to Olandria, I choose Clark. That was his attempt at humbling her. So when you see these behaviors in him, these are also behaviors that engage and happen in the real world. So the intention is for y'all to be able to recognize, yes, he was attempting to embarrass her at that point. That's why he had the smirk when he said it, right? Same as this 15-year-old boy whose dad is telling him to do this. She didn't. He said everybody. So let's be clear about that, user. Hi, CJ.
And let me say something, because I've seen somebody say this a while ago about elementary boys and this type of behavior. Let's stop normalizing that. That's a part of the problem. No boy, if he likes you, should put his hands on you, period.
Or talk crazy to you or any of that.
Pushing you, hitting you, doing all that. That's not behaviors of somebody that you like, and we need to stop normalizing that in our boys, especially at that age, because then they grow into men who are abusers. That's just what it is, period. Because they think that behavior is okay. So I'm gonna punch you in your face because then now I'm a full grown man and I have anger and rage and whatever else now at this point. But I love you, right? That's how abuse happens. I love you though. I like you, but I'm gonna put my hands on you. No. So let's just.
It was a comment, y'all. And I don't think that it's about you trying to normalize it. We just like to, when you're in these lives, like if you say, I'm very particular about the way we use words. So we might push back on some of the things that y'all say. It's not to shit on you as a human. It's just about us challenging what we have normalized as a culture, right? I can remember being told as a little girl that when boys hit you, it's because they like you. Thank you, Brandy, right? And so we're just pushing back on that.
That's it.
And that's the point, Glitter Pants. It grows into adulthood. You know what I mean? And so we as parents, and I think everybody in here that's a parent, or you love somebody that's a young person. You don't even have to be a parent. If you love a person that is a young person, you should want to be able to name for them that certain behaviors are not what love looks like. Love does not look like embarrassment. Love does not look like humiliation. Love does not look like degradation. Love, unless that's your kink, but that's a whole different conversation. That's a whole different conversation, right? But like, this is why it's hard when, you know, as a clinician, when I'm listening to stories that sound very much like abuse and the person sitting in front of me is excusing or explaining away that behavior, it's because we do things like, well, it's just a joke. It's just, right? We minimize all these other things where then they can't name it for what it is. And so we as parents, hi Jay, we're just talking about behaviors that we noticed and what we did with our daughters. Then you don't have to engage with the live, babe.
And let me respond to somebody said something about, do we think it's his wealth that, whatever you said, that allows him to act like this, his conditioning? What it is just that he is the typical, you know, male that is brought up in patriarchy and misogyny. That's it. Yes, his wealth might play a little bit of part in it, but no, it's just the fact that he's a male that you know, obviously his circle, whoever's around him, parents, I don't know, right? I don't know his life like that, but like just a typical patriarchal, misogynistic, you know, ways that men are conditioned and think the shit is okay.
I would say that, like, I think it's always the families.
Thank you, Dominated Queen. We appreciate you too.
I think it's always the family's job to be attempting to raise good humans, you know? Oh, thank you, Sin. Exactly, boys will be boys, right? And I love the quote where it like flips that on its head and it says, boys will be held accountable for their actions. Like, we're not going to keep normalizing this culture, this locker room culture that is so degrading and demeaning to women that we then say things when we're actively watching physical domination and violence happening against someone that we're going to say, oh, it's just a joke, y'all. It's just rough housing because he don't play like that with his friends. So, you know, it's exactly, they do. Yeah. They do have enablers in their lives. I agree. I think that there's a feeling of like, I can get away with certain things for sure.
Yeah, because I have wealth. Yes.
That definitely insulates in a different type of way. So it's really important, y'all, and we're not going to belabor this too long because we will get to some Love Island conversations too. But it's really important, y'all, to be able to have open conversations with your young people or other young people that you love, right? And maybe even just, you know, they don't have to be children. They can be 20-somethings, right? But it's important to be having conversations with them around, what do you think? We have children. What? And they're not kids, they're grown-ass people. But what do you think love looks like? What does love in action look like? We're not really revisiting that live behavior. We're talking about it in the context of us as parents and how we've adjusted our parenting to make sure that our children are able to spot things like this and to not engage like this. Yeah. We have 2 boys and 2 girls. And so it starts at like 4 or 5 years old, y'all. Our son, Chris, can tell you want to tell them about that book?
Yes. So, there's a book by Bell Hooks called The Will to Change, right? Great book. I recommend all men, especially, read the book for sure. But you know, whoever, right? But I definitely think all men should read the book. But in any event, it talks about how young boys around the 4 or 5 age, how because the way they're conditioned through patriarchy, how things begin to change for them in the ways that they show up in the world. One being that they begin to, you know, try to use their power, their male, what's the word? Shit, I can't get my words right now.
To like dominate.
Dominate. They use their power to try to like dominate. They want to use their male privilege to think that they can like, you know, lord their power over women, specifically, right? So my son was starting to do that around like 4 or 5 years old, and I had to sit down and just have a conversation with him, let him know that we don't move like that, let him know that like the reasons why, right? Because he is a male, you are a boy, regardless of how old you are, how small you are, you still carry a certain power in this patriarchal culture, right? And because of that, you have male privilege. So with that male privilege,
Exactly, Ebony, you do.
the ways in which that you know what I'm saying, move in this world has to be completely different for the boys in this house and the boys that I want to raise up and send out into the world.
Like we're raising.
Yes, she talks about that boys do start doing it with their mothers first. Even at that young age, they try to have that power over their mothers first. Yes. And if the thing about that is she talks about is that a lot of women subscribe to patriarchy, right? So because of that,
a bunch of people in this life.
But because of that, that then gives them that power that they're trying to use. Now they feel like they can use that power because that mother subscribes to patriarchy, so she's allowing the bullshit.
I love you too, Leisha. Exactly. Yes. So it's like, woo, there you go, Ivy. Brandy, will you pin Ivy's comment? Crazy. My brothers were disrespectful to my mom first, ... and then grew up to be toxic.
Yep.
When we as women buy into the patriarchy, we also teach our sons and our daughters that certain behaviors are okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so we definitely in our house push back on that. And my youngest son, he gets frustrated with me sometimes around it, but we talk to him, you know, at his level of understanding around this is a system, right? And you are born into a system that says certain things about you are true simply because you have particular genitalia.
Yep.
Right?
It.
And so you need to move through the world knowing that that is true so that you can actually be a good human in the world. Right? So like he when he went to middle school, he was shocked at the amount of boys that called girls B words. He was shocked at the amount of boys that were physical with girls. He was shocked at that because that's not the type of house that he grows up in.
We don't know that.
We don't know that. We're not going to speculate about his sexuality, y'all. But he couldn't understand that because he's not raised to think that that's normal. My 11-year-old, when he was 11, he's 13 now, y'all, right? But my 11-year-old was buying gifts on the internet for his girlfriend for Valentine's Day and her birthday. No, we're not talking about that because we don't know that. So this is why I also push back so much on like, oh, it's just, you know, boy behavior, because not all boys act like that. It boils down to how you are raised as a boy.
Right. I think you ever said that his sexuality doesn't mean that it still does have nothing to do with him still being misogynist.
That's true too. That's
like
true
that
too.
You could be you could like men and still be a misogynist.
That is so true. That is so true. Thank you for naming that. Yeah, Christina, it's important for your boys and for your girls, right? But definitely if we're going to have a world that doesn't normalize abuse, that doesn't allow these things to happen, we have to be engaging our children around these sorts of conversations. Unknown, that's wild, right? Like it's again, when we exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. We need to break these cycles, these inherent expectations, right? We need to be having these conversations with our young people, right? Because the goal is for your kid to not end up in a situation where you're watching them experience early DV behaviors, right? You don't want that for the people that you love in your life, right? You don't want that for yourself, but you definitely don't want that for the people that you love in your life. That means that you have to engage them in parenting them well, right? When you see them, or when you have people in their lives, and I'm specifically going to talk about the power dynamic of men. When you have men in these children's lives that are moving funky, you should be naming that. You should be having direct conversations with your children about that. We used to use media to do that with our kids, y'all. We would watch little kid TV shows and we would name, oh, that seems kind of sexist. Why can the boys only be jocks? Why can they only be jocks or nerds? Why can't they be theater kids? Why can't they be? And we would name these sort of very limiting ways that patriarchy allows boys to show up in the world. So we were challenging that from a very young age, so that our boys knew they could be different and our girls knew that they could expect something different. Self-esteem and self-efficacy, right? Like, they need that. They need to know that they can not only just spot it, but speak up. And this is the one that feels, I know, sometimes hard for people, but you really have to make, you really got to make it to the point where your kids can actually speak to you as well. No worries, Journey. You really got to make it where your kids can actually talk back to you too. I appreciate that. Whoever named that, whoever that person is.
For
and
real.
He does. I will say, y'all.
I've been talking this whole time. You probably just came in when she was talking, so bye.
Oh my gosh, Ryan, adolescence is a great one. I'm definitely, it's definitely like shows you how the manosphere gets a hold. You know what I mean? Gets a hold, right? PBS just did a really great, PBS News Hours on TikTok did a really great video recently with a boy and his family and how he went down the manosphere trail during COVID-19 when kids all over the world were just on social media all the time. And his brother actually is the one that spotted it, not the dad. And he was able to have conversations with him in order to really challenge him, right? So again, if you love these people, if you love the young people in your life, then you're not looking at things like this and normalizing it. You're looking at it and you're helping them to critically think about what it is that they are ingesting.
Yes.
Because they are on social media. You need to help them to critically think. It is a dying art. I see it every day on this app. Critically thinking is a dying art because most kids are not reading. None of my kids have watched Forever, and it's on my list, but I haven't watched it yet either, Ebony. But I feel like I'm definitely going to have some pretty good analysis around it, based on what I've seen people talking about it. But, you know, it is really important to be having conversations and helping them to critically think. A lot of kids are not reading books right now these days. To your point, Christina, right?
Yes.
Most kids are not reading books. A lot of kids, and you know, not to be too much of a nerd, but all of this really goes back to the removing of phonics from schools. People don't know how to read. And so because they don't know how to read, they don't know how to critically think, because that's the first time when you're beginning to engage with critical thinking is through reading.
Yeah.
We were literally just home in LA. So I'm from Los Angeles, born and raised. And we went to go see my Nana, who's 87 years old, by the way. And she's still just as sharp as a tack. And we were there swimming at her house. And she's sitting down and we're having a conversation about politics and just all. And you know what's why I've been having those type of conversations with my Nana since I was a teenager. And it clicked for me in that moment, like, oh shit. People don't do this with their families. This is not normal with every family. My nieces are on this platform. One of them has like a pretty big following. She went viral a couple of times. I think actually both my nieces and my sister all have like pretty hefty followings. And I recognize like, oh, like this level of critical thinking does not happen in every household. And I think for whatever reason, that's the first time it clicked for me. It just had not clicked that like some people can't engage with this content the way that we do because they truly do not know how. They truly only know how to look at what they see and that's all that it is. And they're frustrated with all of us because they feel like we're too deep. But they're just not deep enough. Oh, Queen Kane, I was just saying that like what isn't clicking is like sometimes people, they just don't have the critical thinking skills. And so they come in and they're like, y'all are too deep. You're doing too much. It's only what we see. And I'm like, baby, context clues, subtext. Like when's the last time you read a book, my love? When's the last time you had a dialogue about a book that you were enjoying with a friend? Like, and so, we bring book clubs back. Shit. By the way, I will say, to plug myself, you're reaching, yes, AK, that by my second tier of my subscription, it does involve a book club. Exactly, Brandy. Exactly. Oh my gosh, it's so scary, Jen. I won't use it.
Me neither. I don't use that shit.
Christina, very true. Very true. So y'all, when we're definitely going to do more of these. I will say that like, my sisters and I are also starting a podcast, about like motherhood as Black moms being raised by a single Black mom. That's going to come at some point. So I might have them join some lives and us do, not Chatiana. We're not necessarily pro Clark and Taylor. No, I'm not anti them either. I really don't feel enough of anything to feel any one way about them. We're just talking about their behaviors.
That's it.
I sure will, Ann. So yeah, so we'll definitely have like more parenting content. But again, I like to use reality TV because lots of people watch it, to encourage critical thinking, to look at the behaviors and determine what are the patterns that you're recognizing. What are you seeing? Yeah, as they should, right? I love that. She is a parentified child, and so is my older sister, AK. But my older sister is not a Love Island girly. She only knows her Love Island deets from me and my nieces. I agree, lady. Yeah, so I'm definitely going to have y'all engage with us more around just, again, these behaviors are not for nothing. We can be learning something from them, and what we're witnessing is not just what's on the surface. Oh, I'm so glad, TT. Yeah, because as an auntie, as an uncle, as a cousin, as a friend, you know what I mean? Like, we want to be able to have, as a teacher, just as a person engaging with young people, y'all, I'm telling you, I have worked with adolescents as young as 10 years old, and I've seen this behavior normalized as early as 11. Where being possessive, being jealous, being physical, that's normal behavior in relationship dynamics. And it's not, y'all. It's not. And so if I can come on here and I can, yes, use this thing that you've been watching, that you've been seeing, but also give you our experience as parents, I want to be able to offer that to you.
Yeah.
Exactly, AK. People do. So that's why we were so proud of our daughter, that she didn't. That she was like, hold on. It was not just one thing. It was like 4 different things she told us. I not only told y'all about the face thing, but you can go and watch the video where I go into all 4. But she was like, this is a pattern. This is a pattern, and something is off. And so we had the conversation with her of like, okay, so now that you are noticing this, now that you are seeing this, what do you think that means? If you wouldn't tolerate it in a romantic relationship, how do you feel about him as a friend? And we helped her to, because again, as a parent, my job is to make sure that when you leave my house, you know how to be a fully functioning adult. You know how to think through shit on your own. You can't call me every single time something comes up. I mean, you can, right? I'm always going to answer for my babies. But I can't think for you. And that's actually something our daughter said when we did the behind the scenes with her. She's like, he clearly didn't have a mind of his own. And that was weird to me because y'all have always raised us to think for ourselves. I'm talking about my daughter, Shy, in this particular instance. We're talking about the behaviors between these two, how my daughter had no, I'm not Clark's parents. I'm actually low-key offended that y'all think that I look old enough to have a 24-year-old. Or however old she is. I'm close though. I am close to being old enough actually.
And y'all think that.
But yeah, no. So my daughter had some situations come up where I don't know why they keep
like,
that. I think because
like 5 times.
I think because we keep saying our daughter too. So now they're feeling like we're talking about Clark because she's in the background, but no, she's not our daughter. We're just using them because because lots of people have watched them, so y'all know what those behaviors look like.
At all, yo.
Y'all know what those behaviors look like, and then we're applying it to our daughter. Our daughter's 15, and she had a situation with the boy who, again, on the surface, everything, it was looking like how it's supposed to look. Sorry to disappoint, Jaleesa. Yes. Can you pin Ebony's comment too? Yes, like, she was able to clock it though. She was able to say, oh, this is you trying to humble me. This is you trying to compare me. This is you. And she was able to see that because we taught her how to do that, how to trust herself and how to talk back to us.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Go ahead.
That's where it starts at, is in the home. You should allow, whatever, but you should allow your children to be able to question you, to talk back to you, you know what I'm saying? To be able to have those conversations, get curious, things that you say that they don't like, you know what I'm saying? Allow them to question that. Allow them to share their feelings. Yo, I don't like that. Or, you know, you said this, but this is what you did. Or you said this, but this is how, like, whatever the case may be. Because as they do that, that's just sharpening their skills for when they are out in the real world. When they are dealing with people in romantic relationships, in platonic relationships, whatever.
Exactly. He's so good, y'all. Right? You don't, like, I think it's important. And I've always been an advocate of y'all. Like, if you... Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. And you know, TT, my sister, she used to be a teacher. She left the classroom and she said, a lot of what y'all call gentle parenting is actually just good teaching. It's what we expect good teachers to be able to do. You don't want your teachers yelling and cussing and fussing at your kids, but you want them to be able to motivate their kids to get things done, to learn. Oh, yeah. And we need to understand as parents that our children having a conversation with us, our children questioning us is not inherent disrespect, y'all.
At all.
Not necessarily, Cook. That is not inherently disrespect. And so when you raise your children to know it's not disrespectful to call something in when I notice something is incongruent. You say that you like me, but you're acting like this with me, and I can name it because I've already been practicing doing that shit with my parents. Cook, we're talking about how their behaviors, what we can be doing as adults with young people in our lives to train them to be able to recognize and call out those behaviors. And how to critically think about the patterns that they're seeing. You're welcome, Cook. I use them only because they're a great example because people are watching them, right? They're on reality TV. And people have been watching their lives. So you can see those behaviors, but what can we be doing as caregivers, as people that love young people to teach them how to recognize it as well?
Yeah, people don't discuss this enough, and I think it is a good conversation to have with your partner before having children, right? That could be a conversation about, like, how do you want to raise the children? What do you think is important? What values do you think is important? You know, like all of those things. What type of children do we want to raise and send into the world?
Jen's comment. Curiosity is a sign of intelligence. Encourage that. Exactly. When they're going through their why stage, I get it. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. You know what I mean? And it's so important. It's so important.
Mm-hmm.
Yana, they're only in the back because we're talking about how those behaviors that people have been witnessing between the two of those, what we can do as people to train our young people to recognize that for what it is and to not get into relationships with those dynamics. I mean, maybe she is. Maybe she is. I don't know if I don't know. Because she came on and did the very typical response that I would expect. But maybe she is. But what's the long game? Like, what is she getting out of it in the long run? Exactly. That part, Nancy. Also, it being annoying shouldn't stop the combo. Do y'all dismiss everyone who annoys you? Exactly. I missed the original comment, but I saw y'all saying, like, you can, what was it? Something about people being able to disagree without it getting disrespectful as far as your kids, like letting them talk back to you. My kids talk back to me and they're still aligned. Like, we still know that, like, respect is still needed in our dynamic.
Yes, regulate your emotions.
People silence their children too often, and sometimes that's the pipeline to abuse.
Yes.
Exactly that. Mm-hmm. It's why we taught our kids early that they had autonomy over their body, that they could speak up, right? Because when you raise compliant children, you raise children that are primed to just comply with whatever it is that they're experiencing. And if we don't teach them critical thinking, then they are just taking things at the surface. Oh, he's laughing. And I've said this in my videos about these two. He's laughing. He's buying me nice gifts. Why would I think that it's something other than him liking me? Oh my goodness. That right there, TT, I cry when I'm being scolded because my inner child surfaces because I wasn't allowed to talk back.
Yes.
That part. Because if you have not been allowed to believe that your voice has any power or value in the space, you've never experienced a trusted environment where you can use that. Yeah, that makes sense. And I'm so sorry that that's been your experience. That should not be. I'm so glad, TT. So yeah, again, y'all, my encouragement is, right, yes, you're watching these people and it's a fun little kiki and you're looking at the behaviors. And I know that people get very parasocial in wanting to defend these people because they feel an emotional attachment to them that is not real. But you can just look at the behaviors, right? The behavior is the behavior. Take it away from the person. Put it onto two people that you do personally know. Would you be okay with that behavior? And if it wouldn't be okay in that dynamic, it's not okay in any dynamic. Nancy, do you mean about kids? Will you expand on that question for me? Thank you, TT. To the people that just joined that asked what we're talking about, we are talking about, as parents, the things that we've done to raise our children to not engage in some of the behaviors that we've seen in this dynamic or to accept some of the behaviors that we've seen in this dynamic. The importance of doing that as adults with young people that you love and care about. I agree, Ebony. And so I try not to take it personally, you know, because they don't know me. I don't know them. None of us know these people.
Who y'all parents of? We have our own children.
Exactly.
I think it's harmless. You think what is harmless?
We're not really going to debate that. Yeah, we're not having a tea live. This is not about being messy or none of that. It's not that hot of a take. I don't, because I said so, actually is not a full. Oh, you think, oh yeah, it's not a full sentence. It's not, I agree with that. I just don't think because I said so is a full sentence. It's not. And I grew up in a house where sometimes I heard that. And so that definitely was something that I defaulted to originally. But I also raised kids that could call me out on that shit. And I could check, right? And they'd be like, that's not a good reason, girl. That true. Some conversations are not age appropriate. And so we have to revisit. By Dynamic Money Sign. Thank you, Ebony. I don't really want to go into a whole bunch of that. I feel like I have videos about it, y'all. But yeah, so again, it's just yes. Yes, y'all are doing great in these comments with engaging each other around, because yeah, some we don't care. Yeah, Nancy, thank you for saying that. We again, yeah, like our I don't know that I like, we've had another instance. I'll tell this same daughter, she had a boy who was just a little bit. It's just like love bombing, and that was happening at 12. So again, y'all, these behaviors start very early with kids. And so it's important, again, as the adults in their lives, to be making sure that you're creating a space where they feel like they can speak up, where they feel like they can question you about things, where they feel like they can, because questioning, again, is not inherently disrespectful, y'all. It's not disrespectful just because they said why. Like they and we won't even get on like neurodivergent brains. They really do need a why. Yeah, people, yeah, if anybody's doing that, Brandy, please feel free to mute them, because we are not doing that. We are not doing that in here. That love bombing, yes, that is definitely overused, right? But it's like, you're telling her you love her and it's been 4 or 6 weeks. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. And my daughter knows that, you know. It was, I will disclose, I was the daughter that grew up with a single mom, and my dad was very active in my life, but he wasn't in the household. And we told our daughter, when she was telling us about this boy, I said, he thought you were one of those little girls that he could just say, I love you. And that you were like, oh my God. Oh, wait, hold on. I just thought of a character on, well, she's not a character, she's a human, but a person on Love Island that did that, like, oh my God, you love me. Like, he thought she was going to melt. And she was like, no, baby, I'm not. And she was like, no, you don't. Like, she just straight up told him, no, you don't. You don't even know me like that to think you love me. And I was like, you have the experience of men in your life, be it her dad and her brothers, that love you very out loud all the time. So that like did not shake her at all. She was like, boy, please. She was not impressed. And I love that. You know, no shade, but we like a little healthy dose of misandry in this household. Okay? You don't even know what we talking about, boo. Because my other daughter, her grandma, his mom, had asked her, like, if she had a boyfriend, and she was like, Grandma, N-words ain't shit. Like, I ain't worried about them boys. I got other stuff to do. So yes, you know, we like to raise our kids, again, y'all, with just a healthy dose of what's actually happening in the world, so that they can, because whether you want to believe it or not, they're not only, that ain't even what I said. I can tell you a child, because that ain't what I said. I didn't say the grandma said it.
Right.
Keep up, baby. Keep up. Turn all them synapses on. Exactly. Yes, TT, go look it up. But yeah, so yes, we do love that for her. What thoughts do you have, husband Harold would like to know?
About what? You want me to randomly speak?
They do. Oh, no, I think actually you know what? Maybe they don't. Maybe they don't.
They
Dang.
probably don't. Just giving their comment. Comment, excuse me.
No, we weren't talking about you, Harold.
Yeah, no, we're not. No.
Or are you saying you do want him to just randomly talk?
Oh.
We don't typically do that in our house in general. Like y'all, so I will say this. Y'all know I'm a Nick Alandria fan if you've been in my life before. And I will say that our dynamic is pretty similar to what y'all would see with Nick and Alandria, except I'm Nick and he's Alandria. I'm the very like
I chime in
big
here and there. You know, I don't know how long you've been on the live, but I have spoke a lot to me.
It's a lot to him, y'all. He's very, my baby only talks when he has something to say. But I appreciate you.
No, yeah, I appreciate it though, girl, for sure. But I mean, but if you got a question though, or something you want to, you want my input on that, yeah, Black Panther all the way. Please feel free to drop that,
Yeah, if you have any questions for him, he's happy
whatever.
to answer them, y'all.
Or you want my insight on something, whatever, yeah.
But actually, y'all, that was something that people used to get on him about a little bit. Like they felt like he needed to shut me up. For real, Miss Boss Up, he's like, I already said something. He's like, I already said something. What else do I need to say? Yeah, people used to like tell him like, your wife is like too much. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah, people used to go crazy with that. I used to have people telling me all the time, you need to check her, you need to put her in her place. You need to, all the crazy misogynist bullshit. What did they say?
Our little security blanket hubby, just there when we need him. Exactly, Brandy. But Harold did ask you something. He wants to know your perspective on the girls. Can you maybe be a little bit more specific,
yes,
Harold?
Please.
No, he's not a Nick Alandria fan. He didn't even watch the show like that.
I didn't really watch the show like that, yeah.
We are going to, in just a little bit, we're going to answer Harold's question. Oh, I don't typically talk about Hilga on this live, friend. It's Global Africa. Ooh.
How the young ladies on the show broke character.
Oh, goodness. Hikma, I can tell that you're new to this live because we've had whole panel discussions about that already.
For real.
Yikes.
But I didn't watch the show enough to answer that question.
I did call her Hilga Jen. Okay, Harold has 3 daughters. Do you mean like the values of... I know, it's like saying Beetlejuice, Gigi. Shout out to your 3 daughters. How old are... Well, you don't have to tell me. That's none of my business, Harold. Just kidding. I was going to ask how old they were. But we've got 2 15-year-olds. 15-year-old daughters. Do you want to just share anything in particular about like the girls, about how you show up for them, anything that feels important to you about like specifically challenging this? Oh, that's a great question. It's Global Africa. We do not have twins. Chris and I are actually a blended family. So the girls are only 2 months apart in age, but they've been together. So Chris and I have been married for 14 years.
Yeah.
Together for 15 years. No, you don't have to be sorry, love. So the girls have been, so our oldest was 2, which is biologically his child, but that's my kid. And then the girls were 4 months and 2 months old. And and then, you know, Chris was a single dad when I met him, and we were both going through divorces, actually. We met in church, y'all. We were going through divorces. Our friends conspired to hook us up. And then we ended up together and raising our little family together, and then have a 13-year-old that we share. But we've been raising pretty much our kids together almost their entire lives.
I will say this, though, because I think that this is an important topic. Okay, so like I don't. So I know a lot of people think, or I've seen men feel like they need to raise their daughters different than their boys, and that I don't think is true. I think you need to raise children as children. I think the same thing needs to happen for however you're raising your boys, and you need to raise your daughters the same way in a lot of things. Where I think what the difference come in is that they're different people. And when you're raising children, it's important to raise them to the person that they are. Show up how they need you to show up as each individuals, right? So like there are ways that I show up for, you know, my youngest daughter that I don't show up for my oldest daughter, and then vice versa, right? And the same thing for my boys. So I think that is a topic because, yeah, I think some men feel like they need to, like, oh, I need to protect her. Or I need to like the whole thing. Like I was watching a show, whatever, and he was talking about, like, complaining about his daughter, like, dating. Cause she's like in high school, you know what I'm saying? And I honestly hate how men do that, because it's like, if she doesn't learn how to date now, when she gets older, she will actually be most likely to, like, attract sorry ass men, right? Or attract dudes that are not, or that are not good, or she will have to deal with a whole bunch of bullshit because you haven't taught her, you haven't allowed her to date and make mistakes, and then you haven't come in and taught her and corrected her and showed her the right way, you know, like all of those things. And then maybe, yeah, people could take advantage. And I think that that's why it's important to let your children date. Well, we're talking about daughters, right? Let your daughters date. Let them make the mistakes. Let them correct them as they go along, right? And be there, to, obviously, to pick them up. And that sort of thing. But don't just totally just like, oh, you can't date until you're 18. No, when they get 18, that's going to be, that's not going to be good for them to start dating at 18. But where the problem is that they allow boys to do it. And that's misogyny and patriarchy that kicks in. But that's a whole nother topic. But yeah.
And I think that y'all, that's exactly... That's kind of like the beauty of what happened with our 15-year-old, right? And both of our 15-year-olds and our 13-year-old, our oldest kid, he don't really be trying to deal with people too much. He's dated one person, but he'll really be on that. I just made you a mod, Gigi. Thank you. But had she not been allowed to date, she would have never been able to come back to us with this story and sit us down and ask for our insight and ask for our perspective. She would have never been able to do that. And then she would have just been out in the world as a grown woman trying to figure it all out on her own. Or
because we don't have that open line of communication and safety, she'd have been doing it behind our back.
Exactly. Like we had one daughter, she came to us and asked us, she was stuck between two people. She was talking to two people. And she told us, and so we went through pros and cons. How do they show up, right? And so she's able to practice thinking through people that she might want to be in a relationship with and really critically thinking and evaluating. You know what I mean? Like they have to get that practice. It's too many, especially little Black girls that go out into the world unexperienced. Mm-hmm. You know, there are conversations that my parents just never had with me that made me susceptible to a lot of shit as a young girl.
You good 20, whoever's 20, you ain't missed nothing. You ain't missed nothing. You good. You only 20.
You have time left. You have time left. Time.
Life just started for you. You good.
So it's like, you know what, y'all? I am going to, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to figure out how to do this. Hold on. because I feel like people are confused and I don't want to keep getting asked about these two. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Give me 2 seconds. Sorry. And Chris, there we go. Done deal. Okay. All right. So, but yeah, do things despite your permission, especially yes. Thank you for saying that, Gigi. Yes, y'all, please tap the screen, like the live, follow the host. Thank you. Our daughter was actually in a quince a couple of weeks ago, and we went with her to the quince. Thank y'all. But yeah, they have access to so much information. So the people that shall not be named that were just on the screen, that's what it's about, y'all, right? It's like my kids get to watch this. They're seeing them. They're seeing this. And so it's about how can I make sure. Thank you so much. Y'all are sweet. Oh, thank you. But it's about like, how can we make sure that they have what they need when they go out into the world? You know what I'm saying?
TT, it's T, ain't it?
Oh my goodness. This man. Y'all, I can't with him. Y'all are sweet. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Right? Like, yes.
What was that? What was this?
Ebonika, yes. This is literally why I let my daughter start watching Love Island. My daughter actually invited me to watch it. And because she's like, I wanted like your takes and your perspectives. So, like, I would pop in and out of it. Change it to a cactus. But she would pop in and out. I would pop in and out last season with her, and we would talk about it a little bit. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's Global Africa. It's so much anti-blackness on that show.
So much.
But yeah, I would pop in and out. But yeah, we would chat about it. And so this season we watched it together to just give more perspectives. It is a great way. Again, if you are encouraging your children to be critical thinkers, it's a great way to get them talking about relationship dynamics and what should and should not be normalized. Exactly. We watched Beyond the Villa together too. But yeah. Okay. How are you feeling, babe?
I feel fine.
Okay. All right, y'all. Are there any, it is. This must be one of my daughter's friends. That is from Faith's Quince.
Yeah, it is.
How the show is like, what, like a microcosm of the real world? Is that what you mean? Watching Beyond the Villa is really hard. Oh, you were in her court? Then we probably saw you.
For sure.
Can you say more about what you meant? I think it was Ree that asked that. Yeah, can I ask how the show is like that? Just curious, no weirdness or at all. Oh. Okay, you're talking about Love Island UK. Yeah. The way in which they engage with the black women on the show, the fact that it's usually like never more than one black woman, it never really gives like, I just don't typically watch dating shows in general. Oh no, were you nervous? Because I don't like the way that they engage with black women. And Love Island UK feels like that for me. Yeah, I get like secondhand embarrassment, y'all. And like even the way that they've responded to Whitney. That's her name, right? The way that they responded to her about her partner. I know. I watched the first couple episodes, Brandy, and I saw that. You're welcome. Yeah, so it's like I struggle to watch that one, y'all. Yes, Nancy, exactly. Whitney has been so poorly received. I know my husband's like, what are y'all talking about? Because he don't watch Love Island, y'all. But she was so poorly received when she shared her story. And nothing about her story feels unbelievable to me. It feels very plausible. But the way that they do race in the UK is just, I think, very different than how they do it here. And we talked about that a bit on my last live panel as well. Yeah. Your mom, Whitney, talked about her experience of racism with her partner and his family and his friends, and like what that was like for her. Thank you for the follows and thank y'all for the likes, y'all. Exactly. I agree. And that's how we know, right? It's not like colorism. It's not like, it's literally just racism, because Meghan Markle is a light-skinned Black woman at that. You know what I mean? It's just Blackness in general. Oh, Brandy, that poor delusional babe. Exactly. She was the wrong victim. Yeah. Okay, I'd love to pivot to Love Island conversation. Does that feel okay? I know I may have attracted people just to talk about this, but I want to spend a little bit of time talking about Love Island. Okay. Let me change my background. Babe, are you going to hang for this? I know you don't really watch Love Island, but you're welcome to stay.
Yeah, I'll hang for a bit.
Okay, I'm going to be annoying.
Just until the aces come on.
All right. We love it. Okay, I see that I have... They think you're an activist just because you're like, I'm
gonna stay for a little bit, whoever that was. I'm gonna stay for a little bit.
Thank you, Divine Feminine.
Hey y'all.
Hey, Ann. How you doing?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, Gigi's coming up.
You know, I gotta come up for my people.
Period.
Oh, hey Gigi.
Hey, Ann, what's going on? Did y'all see that Nick did the one-arm challenge with Alandria?
Of course I saw.
I haven't seen nothing. I've been at work all day.
She made me so mad for eating that damn churro.
I feel like if it wasn't for the churro, me and my man would be doing this one-arm challenge right now.
He could do the one-arm challenge if it wasn't for that damn churro. It wasn't even the Red Robin. It was the churro.
It was the churro, damn it. Brandy, not too much. I feel like it might be on TikTok. I know for sure that it's on the Instagram of the whatever the name of the bikini line is.
Wait, can somebody fill me in on what the latest is? Because I too have been at work all day and I have no idea what's been going on.
Oh, the Kulani's Kinis, they dropped additional promos from the additional videos from the campaign, and you know how everyone's like been seeing the one arm challenge, and they're like, oh yeah, Nick and Landry need to do the one arm challenge. They actually did it.
She's so beautiful.
She is.
I mean, gorgeous.
I don't understand how people don't think that he's really into her.
People are weird.
But
very
did you
weird.
see in their initial video promo when they were like, oh yeah, our favorite era is Nick in love, and all of his
Mm.
And people were in the comments like, "Did you say love?" And they're like, "We said what we said."
I heard.
But that also explains why all his friends were in the comments with all the leaked photos, putting 51 in the comment section.
Ah, he said I'm trying to make it 51. Young man.
And did. And did.
Love that.
I love a girl being loved properly. Ugh.
Right?
Period.
We really do.
We just need what's her name to boss up? Clark.
Ooh. Oh.
No, dead ass.
She needs to get it together. She has 2 seconds.
Stand up.
You only have 30 minutes.
30 minutes. 30. Okay, so let's get into some combo about these two. Obviously, we're seeing a ton of promo being dropped for them, which we love that Nick invited her into his space. Like that to me is like, yes, you're really trying to big your girl up. You know what I mean? These were his things that he already had that he has brought her into. I think I'd love to hear y'all's perspectives around, and I know some of y'all, but people are new to the line, new to the space. I would love to hear y'all's perspectives on what it's like to be in a space of being loved by a man where that love also includes like his unequivocal, without any like self-serving promotion of himself, just him like pushing you forward, like love that looks like belief in you. I would love to do that.
I've only ever had that once, and it was a white boy, but he was into drugs, so I had to let that go.
Oh, all right.
That's how wow. That's how wow.
Was it him or the drug that was pushing you?
That's a conversation.
I'm not sure, but I had to let it go.
Well, unfortunately, I can't relate to that feeling. So
It's
I would
coming.
love to hear y'all's points of view on that
I
as
mean,
well.
I suppose I can relate. I mean, I let him wake up every day for the last 20 years, so I suppose I can relate.
Let him.
I do. I tell him all the time, you need to get on your little ashy knees and thank God that I let you wake up this morning. Because I could have choked you, but I didn't. No, I'm kidding. I think it's a very special thing. And I think what I love the most about Alandria and Nick is the fact that I can see parts of my relationship reflected in it, in terms of like my husband and I, we used to say all the time back when we were, 'cause I'm old, right? I'm turning 40 in September. So back when we met 2 decades ago,
First of all,
Right.
why is 40 old?
Right.
some of these young pups be like, y'all so old. And I'm like, ew, get away from me.
They
But
don't know
they really don't. But when we look at his dynamic and our dynamic, and I can see it in comparison to Landria, we started off as friends and we were just kicking it and we got to know each other. And we always said, even early on, if you and I didn't end up together, like you would still be mad cool and we'd be friends. And I think that's very important foundational part of a relationship to have, that a lot of people skip over these days, and they don't have or they don't take the time to explore that aspect of their relationship because they're so invested in the romantic that you forget the platonic side of it as well. And I think that that's why they have such a great foundation, especially when it comes to being able to navigate such a media heavy relationship. I think that's going to be conducive to their growth and helping to keep them on the same page, because it seems like that they have this like great sense of communication between the two of them. So I think that that's great. And then the fact that he's able to dial into her needs while amplifying his needs, I think is a great balance. Like she amplifies his need to be more mature, to take a more responsible role, to take, a leadership role, while letting her lean into her softness and addressing that side of her needs in a relationship. I think is a beautiful combination.
I think with that too, like we even saw before there was even like an inkling really that they were gonna be together, when they show like the edits and how he was always very mindful of her, helping her down the stairs, helping her up the steps, giving Taylor like real feedback on things he needs to improve on, as opposed to where Ace was kind of just like giving him feedback as opposed to you
On
about
how
to
to
lose your
lie.
girl. Yeah. And not like from a perspective of really caring for her. Like we already saw that developing throughout the show. And I used to get annoyed when they would keep saying, "Is this a friends to lovers? A friends to lovers?" It used to annoy me, but like you were saying, Gigi, I think it's really added to that foundation that they have. And one thing Nick is gonna do is like think about Alondria. Like even when someone asks him a question that has nothing to do with her, he will somehow manage to insert her name into it
Hmm.
because it's like she's on his mind. He really cares about her and he's really thinking about her. Like it doesn't feel performative to me. It feels like that's legit what his thought was. He was asked, "Oh, what are you going to do about your wardrobe?" And he's like, "Alandra's going to take me shopping." Just little
I
things
love
like
that.
that to show that like he's
Gags
really
them.
being caring and considerate. And like with him, you said like he's being more mature and different things like that. Like he identified that in himself, that that's something that he wanted to do because without saying anything to him, because he wasn't a love interest of hers, he saw that that's what this woman needs and I want to be that for her. And that's what I, hopefully will have one day is I don't have to force a man to do certain things for me, but just my presence and the boundaries that I've set for myself, he already knows how he needs to step to me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No.
Absolutely. We're manifesting that for you. I love that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I also am a huge fan of the friends to lovers thing. Thank you, Brandy, for picking my panel. I love it because that's how Chris and I started. Hi, Dominique. We definitely were like friends first, and I think if I didn't like him as a human, it would be hard to get through the stuff that's hard. You know what I mean? Thank you, Brandy.
Ooh,
Hmm.
say that again, Gigi.
Mhm.
And it's like if you don't like the person that you are, it just if you don't like the person that you're actually with, it is going
Hmm.
to make it very hard when shit gets hard. Okay,
Yep.
like you're not going to have anything to rest on, right? There has to be something else in it for you than just how you feel being romantic with that person, right? Because you're not always going to feel romantic towards them. Okay.
Hmm.
And so you need to have something else to also rest on. You
Yeah.
know, when I think about, people got mad at me because I said that these two have like the strongest foundation of things that I would see like in healthy long term relationships that I could actually see them going the distance. It's because I see the characteristics in them that I see clients that are able to move past whatever it is that brought them to my office. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I agree. I love it.
I think my favorite part about them is that they like the person that like each other are versus like what they do for one another. It's
Hmm.
like,
Hmm.
okay, I'm not drawn to you because you look this way, you do these things. It's just I like you as a person. I see you as a person. I think that's what I love the most about them.
Right. I feel
Agreed.
like that secured it for me. Like when Nick asked her like how she felt. Uh, the little like chuckle moment that they like burst out laughing and like I forgot
Yeah.
where it
Hmm.
was. Yeah, I'm like yeah, they even if they don't turn out romantic, like the friendship will be there for sure. And
Mm.
we'll see. I'm waiting for this reunion because
Listen,
oh
it's been a
child.
long month and a
Time
half.
coming.
Baby, when
Listen.
that show ended and they said reunion is August 20th, I said, August 20th?
Like, how
Literally
many more days do we have? 25th,
That's
isn't
too
it?
many days.
25th?
2019
The
days, I think.
25th.
Oh my goodness.
Ugh, we'll see, because I don't know. Like I like Andy, but I don't want to say anything till it
Andy can be
happens.
messy, but he
I
cannot
don't
have the
think
hard
Danny.
conversations.
I said
Mm-mm.
the same thing. I don't think Andy's gonna have the hard conversations, and I said this in a few other panels. And I think it's not because that he can't.
Get
I think
Kiki
that
on
he
that shit.
can. I think that they're going to look at. I think somebody's going to have a conversation with him and let him know that optically he cannot go too hard on her because the social and political climate is too volatile. And when you pit a Jewish man against a Palestinian woman and he starts
Listen,
working on
can I
her,
say
the people
Clock
who
something?
sign his
Oh
checks
wow.
are
Can
gonna
I
say,
say
wait a
something?
minute, slow down, because we know the power of the protesting dollar and we're not about that life. So
Yeah.
Clock it.
I stopped talking about her because I'm Jewish, right? And I didn't even know she was Palestinian until I think someone pointed it out to me. They were just saying free Palestine in my comments. I was like, okay, why? I didn't know what was going on until someone said, oh, you know, she's Palestinian, and your point of view about a Palestinian woman is, and I was like, I did not even know that she was one. I'm like, did I miss something? So I feel like that conversation, if I'm just a regular person on the internet, can't have a conversation about her. I don't know how Andy's gonna have a conversation and be hard on her. I don't know how.
yeah.
They should have got Carlos
Double
King.
standard though. I hate that.
Mm.
Like, because we know, like everyone wants to talk about that. Like, we have to, but like, we'll see. So I don't really want to say much. 'Cause, like, that
Say
shit
what
was
you have to
annoying.
say.
No, no, not now. Like, I'm just saying, like in
Oh.
general. Like, I want to see like what the reunion's gonna give because, like that, it's gonna solidify my train of thought, whatever. Because like she wreaked havoc on everyone. Like what? I need to see all the clips, all of that, but I know it's not gonna happen. So I just want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm hoping, not that I'm waiting, I'm hoping Nick brings out a big old book of shadows worth
No
of
facts.
worth of receipts because I
Facts.
want to see, because I know he was
You
taking
better let
notes.
us down.
Yeah.
I want him to bring a backpack with receipts
Traveling
Dates,
and organize, have
timelines.
Alandria organize a binder for him with dates and timelines.
Like,
Okay, so you were
please.
on such and such podcast and you had this to say. What you got to say now?
Right.
Very much a la Janae.
No.
They
Facts.
said
Talking
that
about
somebody asked when the reunion is being filmed. It's filming tomorrow, so my presumption is that a lot of them are already in New York or on their way to New York. Apparently, that's what what's that boy's name? TJ leaked.
Mm.
In his live,
Yeah.
we're filming on the 7th of August. So I do want to, y'all. I'm gonna. Somebody asked me in my inbox, and I thought it would be a nice conversation to have, especially since we're already in this reunion conversation of what is it that you feel needs to be addressed and how at the reunion, probably in like the next half an hour to 45 minutes, Brandy. So I'm gonna go from top to bottom, and then go down, and you'll get 5 minutes to respond to this, and then we'll move forward. Okay. Let me put it down.
Okay, awesome. Sounds good. So I want to start with Nick and Landria, of course, because both of them I saw. It was either the Entertainment Tonight interview or Access Hollywood. They both said, and especially Landria, like I'm collecting my receipts. I've seen some podcasts. There are some things I want to address, so I want them to address who they want to address. Nick did say he'd like to address Jeremiah. I think it has to do about the status of their friendship or something that wasn't clear. He'd like to be cleared at the reunion. When it comes to Shalace, I think that Amaya needs to check Ace. Even though she has apologized, but I think she should check him like, I apologize for however it may have been, but I didn't like the way, setting boundaries is fine. I didn't like the way you went about treating me after you set boundaries. So I hope that gets addressed. What else? Oh my God. Helga, we know they're not going to hold her accountable because she's already been stating and her behaviors have been normalized and even glorified. And someone made a valid point, like if Helga was a black woman, she would have been kicked off the show. And the other valid point is that like she's acting the way that, you know, black people act on ratchet reality TV shows. Like, let's say, for example, Love and Hip Hop or Basketball Wives. If it was a black woman on a show like that, their behavior would be normalized. But on Love Island, they would have been kicked off the show. So I want that to be addressed. I know the race thing is tricky. I'm just finding out. I'm today years old when I found out that Andy is Jewish. So I know the race thing is going to be tricky, but I want them to discuss that. I know for a fact they're not going to discuss Tiara and Yulisa, and I'm okay with that because no one cares about the racists. What else is going on in the show? Definitely Taylor and Clark. They can talk about their relationship. I hope they hold them accountable to what's being said online. Actually, Tina, I wanted to give you your props. First of all, I want to say, love your page, love your content. Then I also said, I love your tagline. I'm a therapist and not your therapist. This is not a safe space. Girl, period. Um, also want to say thank you that your husband came on and was talking about it. Clearly, I'm an empath and I read. Hi, Chris. I read people, and he's obviously the calm, reserved one, and she's the fiery one. I too am fiery because I'm a Sagittarius. Yay me! So I get it. He is. Yeah. See, I have that calm demeanor too. I just have to be around that same person. I mean, I could be both. Depends on the day. My Earth is in Taurus, so we'll see. It just depends on what. I mean, like when I'm comfortable, I'm chatty like this, but then when I'm not, I'm very calm like him. It just depends on the side of me you're gonna get. And yeah, so who else want to be? Yes, I want Taylor and Clark to be talked about. I need them to stop with the comparison with Olandria, Taylor and Clark. But what I will say is, you did clock this, Tina. Apparently, Taylor's behavior has been a red flag since the villa, and I didn't recognize it. Remember when he was making fun of Olandria? Maybe you're not well like, ha ha ha. So he uses humor to cover up his abusive tendencies. I'll say that. Um, and when I saw the video, the clip of him shoving Clark, and I was on another live with my friend Lynn who came the other night, and we were talking about it. They're like, oh, guys, they're just playing. That whole abuse thing is a reach. I'm like, trust me, it's not a reach. This is how things, this is the beginning. And they're like, you know what? You're right, Anne. Thinking about it, like, this could be the beginning. As someone who grew up in a home with a narcissistic father and being emotionally, physically, and all types of abuse, like, I could see that coming. You know what I'm saying? And I have an autistic son, and his issue was taking accountability, and that scared me real quick. So he's in therapy. I need to be around people who are able to take accountability. Helga, going on podcasts and lying on people. How dare you, small dick, the other Chris? And how you doing that to my black peoples? Ma'am, it's not okay. She fetishizes black people, but I know they're not going to discuss that. Um, no, Sierra's not going to be talking about, forget about her. I guess we'll talk about the big couples. And that's it for now. I don't know what's going to happen. I know Andy's a messy hoe because I am a Housewives fan.
Me too.
But yeah, you're right. He does not hold them accountable. I watch Beverly Hills in Miami, so we'll see what happens, Andy. Whatever. Mm, y'all go off.
I feel you. I want to address some comments, and then Gigi, I'm gonna move to you and give you 5 minutes. I will say, y'all, that I do give my subs longer times. Everybody else, you will get 3, so you still are definitely gonna get minutes. Brandy, thank you for the sub. So to Global Africa, to your point, Andy treated Nene very badly, so who knows how he will side. Very true. I've said on a video before that I don't think that he handled the conversation of colorism with Real Housewives of Potomac and Wendy and Candace like well. I think he just doesn't really know how to, and we all know what Nene has alleged about him as well and how he moved with that. So I agree. I'm not sure that he is going to handle it well as well. The Queen of Reeds, I also do see your request, and I will definitely we can bring that up after the panel answers this question. Okay, Gigi friend, your turn. Thank you for the subs.
So many things I think need to be addressed in the reunion. I think the first thing that they really need to acknowledge, that I would like to see them acknowledge, is how they stayed so silent, just the show in and of itself, how they stayed so silent when it came to making announcements for the protection of, certain people of certain, colors who belong to certain racial groups. That lack of support, I think that should be addressed. And I think it would be nice to see this show open up with a, hey, this is a reunion, and we would like to address some of the things that have come to our attention. and be kind and enough with the racism. I think that's something that should be addressed. When it comes to, I already said it, I hope Nick comes with a backpack full, because it's back to school time. I want him to come with his backpack and come with his little book of receipts to start reading people like it's story time. Like, gather around, boys and girls, crisscross applesauce, it's story time, because y'all about to get read. um I would like to see that happen. I would like to, somebody in another panel I think I was in asked about Amaya and Brian, and my response, the only response in like their potential for longevity, and my only response was that I could find that was like, that made most sense to me, was Amaya and Brian are going to Amaya and Brian for as long as Amaya and Brian can Amaya and Brian for Amaya and Brian, if that makes sense, because that's the only way I can see it with the two of them. um and I think they're gonna have to address the tensions between, that was created by, in large part, by the fandom, and only fueled by Beetlejuice's behavior. They're going to have to address that, and the tension that was created between, Shelley, Amaya, Shelley, Alandria, and Beetlejuice. They're going to have to address her victimhood, or I would like to see them address her victimhood. I would like to see, what questions I would like them to answer as well. The reactions from Hannah, from Hannah, TJ, and Charlie, seeing Iris and Pepe end up together, like what their initial reactions are. I would love to see a conversation for that, because I think that would be super interesting. That would be interesting and very messy, but that's the kind of messy I'd be down for. I would love that. I would love them to revisit the Stand on Business challenge. Since we all know at this point that it was like a 6-hour thing, a 6 to 8 hour thing, and not just like this little clip. I would like to see them bring up clips of what happened that we didn't get to see during the Stand on Business, so we understand how that narrative of bullying got developed and got pushed out there and was so easily accepted. I don't think they're going to. I don't. If Slorella is to be believed in what she says happened in the heart rate challenge, I don't think they'll show it. I think that people want it to be shown, but if she's to be believed for what she says happened, or what Beetlejuice did, I don't think they're actually going to show it, because it's going to be too explicit. Somebody in another panel had mentioned that maybe they can show it to just like the casts. And then, but I was like, but they were there, they saw it. What they need to see it for? We won't see it. But I don't think that I don't think it's gonna be brought up. I think that's about it. Like, I don't see much else. We already know Nick and Alandria are the real winners. So that's not debate. That's not up for debate. I mean, when you think about it, they're literally the most popular couple to come out of there. They don't even talk about the winners. Shalace, I think they are, as a couple, protecting their peace by stepping away from the media, and I think that's super important for them, considering this is Ace's like first real relationship. And because he's so heavily into social media and in the social media sphere, that I think it's healthier for them to step away. I'd like to see where they wind up. And what steps they've taken to progress their relationship, because I think they are bi-coastal at this point. And just to see what steps they take there. I want to address a comment that was made and said that you claim Tina not to be our therapist, and I think that that's a major fallacy that needs to be addressed. You happen to be my therapy in between therapy sessions, so just want to let y'all know.
That's hilarious. Yes, I do have a little tagline. That's so funny that you say that. But mostly that's just because, people will hear me say that I'm a therapist, and they have a presumption about what that means as to how I will engage with them. But I don't owe y'all unconditional positive regard. You are not a client. So the same way you give it, you might have to receive it, is really what I mean by that when I post it. I do want to name.
No, for sure.
There are some people in the comments that said they want to see Taylor and Ace explain the physical attraction clip. I agree. Amaya being colorist. I've heard that was debunked, that it was like somehow proven that was not true. I will say that I haven't seen any news sources say that, but I've only seen one news source even talk about it. So I don't know, y'all. And then somebody said they also would like to see a conversation around why Maya thought it was okay to engage with Shelly the way that she did in that scene. And then people keep getting booted from that spot on the live, and I don't know why. That's weird. I keep accepting you.
Ooh, that's the unlucky spot. Uh-oh.
Like, why does it keep dropping people? Okay. All right.
It's because we kept saying Beetlejuice.
I know. We've conjured the glitchiness. Okay. You have 3 minutes, my friend. Please share your thoughts about what you'd like to see and hear addressed at the reunion.
My main one is the abuse that Jeremiah had to go through, especially knowing that his mom and his sisters had to watch that. I couldn't have been easy for them. And also the coercion that happened to Chris. Now I know Chris is still very much angry and a space of anger with Shelly, so he's taken up for Huda. And also I feel like with men, especially Black men, they don't always know how to recognize when they are in those types of situations. So maybe he doesn't even see it the way we saw it, but I would like for it to be addressed. But I feel like it won't, because if they do, then the show would have to take accountability with the fact that they not only saw it, but edited it out. Because they said, she asked for sex.
Yeah.
And that clip or whatever. So they took I feel like they won't, but I would like for that to be talked about, because it is true. I feel like I don't like Ace, but I feel like Ace setting boundaries is something we don't tend to see in Black men. So I feel like Chris is coming from a place where he may not even recognize what happened to him. And I feel like that's kind of sad to see. But mainly I just want to see Taylor squirm. That's it. That's all.
I think you might get a lot of block. Yeah, Fitness Angel, he talked about it, but I think that he minimizes it to Tata's point. I think that I think people are not really recognizing it for what it is. And I think that goes back to our conversation where we started this live about how people are not clocking what's happening between 3D and Clark, right? It's like people like to minimize certain behaviors either because it makes them uncomfortable to have to look at it, or they really just don't know what it is. And so, I heard him talk about it too, but he didn't really directly name she attempted to coerce me into sex. You know what I mean? He just kind of talked about what happened. And I don't know if he understands even the severity of what that actually was that we all watched on TV. So yeah, I think you're right though, Tata, that they probably will not address it, because then they'd have to be accountable around the fact that y'all saw that shit and you didn't do anything about it. And then you aired part of it. I think that too, Nancy. He may not know. Okay, Brandy, thank you for your sub, friend. You have got your 5 minutes. Please share with us your thoughts of what you'd like to see.
Hey girl, I probably won't use 5 minutes, but yeah, I did want to just say really quick, as a Bravo girly, I'm sure we have other girls in here that watch Bravo. Andy does hold some people accountable. I said this last night, though. Let's remember that Andy isn't always on the right side of history. And he did say in an interview, I'm sure you guys saw it, that Huda needed to answer some questions and that he did love Alandria. So that gives us a good idea. But also coming from... I don't want to make this political, but Andy is Jewish and he's a known Zionist, and Huda is Palestinian. So the network, to save face, may make him go a little easy on her. So just to keep that in the back of your mind. But we shall see. We shall see. I have high hopes. I don't know how it's going to work with co-hosting with him and Ariana. I wonder who's going to take the reins, because he is obviously a host. That's his thing. He is the host. So I don't know if they're going to actually split it. I'm very curious to see how that goes. I don't think they're going to let anybody who has had any real, especially racial controversy, come to the reunion. I see a lot of people keep asking, do you think Sierra will be there? Do you think they'll ask about Yulissa or talk about her? Bravo is notorious for shutting it down and not even bringing it back up, pretending they never existed. So... which I'm happy about, by the way. I don't think Sierra needs any airtime. She has her little TikTok. She can talk over there. What you guys were talking about, Chris? Yeah. I'm so curious to see how they handle that conversation. And I get you a lot of flack for calling what Huda does abuse, but that's what it is. And manipulation, but that's what it is. I don't see them necessarily using trigger words like that, but you never know, I mean, it's good for ratings, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna handle that situation. And I don't want to victimize Chris if he's not in a space where if he's in a space where he's like, I don't want to be victimized, I don't want that conversation around me, I don't want to be a person perpetrating that. I am allowed to speculate, but like, what if he brings it up? What if he talks about it? Like, I'm so curious, because he does seem to be loosening up more and more every time he talks about it. I don't know. I'm very curious. That's the thing I'm most interested to see, is if they speak to Huda at all about her, and like specifically using the words verbal abuse, manipulation, coercion. Like, I'm sure they won't, but if they just talk about those specific points between Jeremiah and between Chris. And then also, I would love for them to play the clip on the reunion of her, like a compilation of her just dragging Iris and Amaya, and who else was it? It was another girl. And just dragging them. I would love for them to play that for the girls to see, so we can get their immediate reaction then. Because I know Amaya said that she still hasn't seen exactly what Huda said, and they're like best friends. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready for my life, but yeah, that's a great talking point. I'm very curious to see how they handle that stuff. But I would love for them to. Oh, Andrina, yeah, Andrina wasn't like. I mean, she did say some stuff about her, but I forget Andrina was on the show sometimes.
And Angelina we didn't get a lot of airtime with her, to be perfectly honest.
We didn't. And I wonder if it's because she was genuinely just not giving much of anything, because, Brian did say, like, the conversation wasn't there. Pepe waved her off, like, just shoe fly, like she didn't exist. And it has to be because there was a conversation going on with the boys of, like, she's just very dull, or she's very boring or something, which is, like, I don't want to call a girl dull and boring. Maybe she's just not everybody's cup of tea, But I don't know. We'll see. When are you going to have an Iris and Pepe live for me, girl? I need to speak on it.
You can talk about them at any point. Like, I promise I am open to any conversations. I will say I did record their live to watch it. So I'm going to watch it, and then we definitely can chat about it. But
okay,
yeah.
When you watch it, let me know, and we will talk about it, because I am obsessed with them. Like, you'll see me all in the comments, like, repeating my comments over and over and over, just like, please kiss, I love you.
That's so funny.
Okay, I'm going to get ready for my live, but thank you guys for letting me up. Love all you girlies up here. I'll see you soon. I'll still be down here tapping.
Okay, thank you, love. Okay. Manjama. Tell me if I'm saying that right, and correct me if I'm not. Tell us what you'd like to see at the reunion.
Hello? Okay, sorry. I was muted. First, I low-key want like a movie night. I want like a section when they, like last season when they had like a good chunk of like scenes. So I'd like a movie night moment, like for sure. Another thing, like one of the scariest moments for me, I don't know, it just didn't sit right in my spirit, and I feel like a lot of people could attest to that too. That whole pick Clunk moment, like I don't know, something in his eyes, bro. He's evil to me, Taylor, by the way. But I wanted to see, like, well, I want Taylor to be asked, like, what made him feel so empowered to just the body language. I don't know, the eyes, the body language. I just want him to explain that. I want them to play that, and then like, yes, please explain, because I don't know. I just can't. It was just ruthless to me, and I felt like him having the audience is like just like I feel like he was just trying to like one up her, and like I need you to explain that, because what do you mean? And second, I really want them to like I would like her in the hot seat, like redacted. Like, why was it always that when like especially like Shelly or Landria when they had like a quote unquote disagreement, and she would always tear up. And I noticed that she didn't do that for the nun. Like,
Uh-huh.
yeah. I need that. Like, 'cause it always bothered me. It just like even like the words she reused and I'm a tone person, so like I need that. But I'm
Yeah.
good. I'm a Nicolandrian, so like I get fed every day. Like, but those are really like my questions for real. And I just, like I said earlier, I just want the whole reunion to play out, and then like I could really like quote unquote focus on the other people because I don't really care. Like Nicolandria, we're here. But yeah, nothing too crazy. But yeah, he scared the shit out of me. Sorry.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. His eyes went wild, and I tell y'all all the time, nonverbal communication is a huge part of communication,
Yes.
and it was
Yeah.
definitely something there. It was scary.
No, I'm still scared, so I'm trying to see if he's gonna bring that energy as well because.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
And you said my name right. Yes.
Okay,
Perfect, by the
great.
way.
Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me know. All right,
Yeah.
Nikki, my friend, thank you for subbing. You have your full 5 minutes. Please tell us your thoughts.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to start this off. Hey, ladies. Hey, panel. Hi, Miss Tina. Hi, husband. Nice to meet you. Great. I'm also Sag, so what up? Um, yeah, that's right. That's right. So I want to start this conversation off about Andy Cohen. So I'm going to say this because this is tea, you all. I used to nanny for a big Hollywood agent out of CAA, and they were really good friends with Andy and Anderson Cooper. And I was privy to a lot of the interactions. I met Andy several times. I'm a thick black girl, so he lived for me, okay? So, I always called him Messy Boots. I was just like, you messy, because I'm a Bravo girly, I stay tuned. Um, but there was something very specific that happened in the 2016 election when Trump got in office first. It wasn't said to me, but it was said by my friend who was also a nanny, because they had two of us that were nannies. And he told me that the agent and Andy and Anderson, during the election, they went over to this agent's house to watch it. He told me that when the results came in, the agent had said, well, I guess it's not going to affect us. And both of them laughed. So if you are thinking that Andy Cohen is going to be out here, he's very aware of the political climate and keeping his check. That's the first thing he's going to do, is keep his fucking check. So I don't have any high hopes on Andy Cohen digging any deeper than what we would see like on his own franchise. And even sometimes that's debatable on who he likes at the time, right? So with that said, what I'm hoping that, first of all, sentiments down from the top to the bottom. Yes, Andy's not going to hold Huda's feet to the fire because she's Palestinian, he's Jewish. Yes, I want to see Nick with his burn book. Absolutely. One thing, and also think that movie night would be a good way to kind of highlight what all the things that need to be addressed that were very key to the dynamics of the villa. But what I really would love, 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 love to see, because we're not going to dig into the whole race, the manipulation, the misogynoir, the misogyny that was happening in the villa, is that I'm hoping that Olandria and Shelley will bring it up on their own. And I also hope that the two of them die down this back and forth between the communities, because there's just been a lot of tension with, and this happens across black spaces. We have, you have your FBA, your ADO, somewhere. A lot of them are just angry about Alandria's rise because she is with a white man, and they're angry that Shalase is not getting the same amount of attention as Nick Alandria is. And I really, and I had to explain this in another panel, because I was saying, we have to be very mindful of who were Nick Alandria fans before their rise towards the end, and who wasn't, because you see a lot of bad actors, people who got on the ship. They not really on the ship, they in some lifeboats begging to be on the ship, but they are causing a lot of chaos and a lot of discourse between, the black community, when we should be banding together. So I'm hoping that, because they are older and more mature, that they lay a lot of that to rest. And Tina, I'm not sure if it was you, but I saw a lot of people have been talking about whether or not, like, having Nick take the full, heat off, off of Landria, and having him speak for her. I actually disagree with that. I think it's very important that Landria comes in and she states who she is and stands on her own business. And lastly, I want Nick to really focus in, hone in on Taylor and how he treated his lady. That's really what I want to see. All the rest of it, we can bring it up, but like you said before, it's been normalized. It's been mainstream at this point. People are going to have their business. I would rather them go away, continue that business. But how we saw two black men that did not protect another black woman is a problem. And their stands are angry that Alandria chose a white man that went 10 toes down and above and beyond. And we should all feel loved like that.
I agree. Thank you, Nikki, darling. Okay. TT, my friend, please give us your thoughts.
Right, so I only got 3 minutes. I got a list, okay? My list is not as deep and thought-provoking as you all's, but it's questions that I need answered.
Okay.
Why was Hannah really sent home? I need to know. All the reasonings that they gave, none of them actually make any sense, and they actually contradict the decision to send her home. So I need to know, why was she really sent home? And I need them to not accept their little cookie cutter responses, because it's dumb. We already talked about the heart rate challenge. I need them to play the full clip, unedited, so we can determine if Huda was doing too much. Okay. Oh, and back to number one, when they talk about why they got rid of Hannah, I want to hear the audio of the discussion, because when they deliberated on that, they didn't show no whispering, no nothing. So I need to hear it. Did Olandria really not see the signs that Taylor was not interested? Because I'm a big proponent of actions speak louder than words. You can tell me you love me, like, one of my biggest pet peeves is when a guy tells me that he misses me and he hasn't done anything to try to see me. You just send me a text that you miss me, that means nothing to me. And I'm very clear with men that I date about that. So while Taylor may have been saying, I still want to explore you, his actions were saying something completely different. Even so, once Clark was there, he was showing way more respect to Clark and how he was approaching Orlandria as opposed to vice versa. So I want to know, did she really not see the sign?
Okay. I'll talk about that. My life, my choice. Go ahead, TT.
Okay. I want to know, does anyone there feel like they should have kept Jalen longer and really allowed Olandria the opportunity to explore? Because unfortunately, they all have this weird, oh, you're coupled up with that person, so I'm not going to pursue it. but you had somebody in the villa that was genuinely only there for Olandria, and I feel like he didn't get a fair shake, or she didn't get a fair shake either, because Taylor was, air quotes, stringing her along, but his actions weren't stringing. Why is it that all the couples that finally closed off got sent home? It's Love Island, not Friendship Island, but once a couple finally closed off, boot. Why did you agree that you did not feel a spark with Olandria after that kiss? Because we all know you did. Maybe it was to save face. I don't know. Can I please get a little more time? I got some more checkpoints.
I'm gonna come back to you. I'll give you my
Okay.
thoughts real quick, and then I'll give you a little bit more time. Thank you.
Okay.
Kiki,
Okay.
'cause I know you was going in and out to your list, boo.
I was just about to ask, did you write them down? Because that's funny.
I did.
I love it. Okay, I actually like some of these. Like, I think I agree with a lot of what y'all are saying. I would love to see addressed the Jeremiah and Hilga stuff. I would love to see Jeremiah speak his piece more than I want to see like more clips or have things clarified. I don't think it's that anything is unclear. I think he just needs to have the space to actually be able to say what he needs to say, right? Because he got sent home, and I don't think he really got to speak his piece. So I really want to hear what he has to say now that he's been able to watch it, and he was able to, because you could see that boy was emotionally regulated like the whole last couple of days he was in that damn villa. So I want him to be able to speak his piece. I also want I would like to see addressed the whole stand on business challenge again, because we know it was 6 to 7 hours and we got 20 minutes, and Hilga had a stack of freaking whatever the hex, right? Mail, right? Yeah, you know what? I think he can, though. It's Global Africa. I get, like, I agree that I think he is very emotionally regulated, but we also know that he's in therapy. So if I was a therapist and my client had gone through that, we would be practicing in therapy about what you're going to do and how you're going to approach it and address that if that is something that you want to do when you go to the reunion. So my hope is that he's been able to sort of workshop that in a sense in therapy, and that we'll be able to hear him speak his piece. I want to see the stand on business challenge addressed. I want to know what is it that we didn't see, right? Because when the next day the next episode that we got, it was still the same night, but that night when they left the challenge, Amaya says we weren't all, so we know that more people than just Shelly and Alandria said stuff, but we didn't get to see none of that. So I would love to hear them actually address what is it that Andreina was saying. There was actually a lot that came out. You know what I'm saying? There were a lot of things that we realized she was being dishonest about. I want to hear a response about that. I don't think that they're going to address the colorism. I don't think that they're going to address the coercion. SG Andreina said it was like between 6 and 7 hours. So it was a very long, I think people underestimate how long these people be filming. You know what I mean? Like they're literally filming all day. But I don't think they're going to address those things. I think the only way that we might see that happen, even in the, like a little bit, is if they do like the fan questions, like how Andy does for like Housewives. If they do that, then they might use that as a way to like sneak in some of it, but I don't think that they are going to directly address it. And honestly, even if they did do fan questions, I feel like I don't trust them to actually hold the space where they could have that conversation in a productive way. So I almost wish maybe that they wouldn't directly address it, because I think we'll feel unsatisfied with what we see. The other thing that I would like to see addressed is the whole, I mean, I've seen the interview, so I know that they've addressed it like in other spaces, but I think it would be nice but I don't know if this will happen. It would be nice for Nick and Alandria to talk about where they are now and why they felt comfortable getting to that place. I don't find a problem with it, but I think using this big stage of the reunion where everybody is rewatching and tuned in again, so just kind of dead that once and for all to everyone, I think would be nice. And then obviously I'd like to hear updates on all the couples as well. But I don't, I'm going to be honest, y'all, I don't have a ton of high expectations for this reunion. What, baby? Go ask Kaylani. I don't have a lot of high expectations, to be perfectly honest, y'all. Just because I am a Real Housewives girly. I watch Potomac. That's really the only one I watch. Yeah, I agree, Natalie, that I talked about that before. Like I don't trust that he can hold the space around that. He's messy, which is like, yeah, that's fun because you're being messy and a kiki. But there were so many like actually deep, heavy topics this season that I don't think that we're gonna feel satisfied. I don't think I'm gonna feel satiated as a viewer. I think I'm gonna watch the reunion and be like, I could have kept that hour. I don't think that they're gonna talk about 404 at all. I don't think they're gonna even mention 404. I don't think they're gonna mention Yulisa. I don't think they're gonna mention them at all. So I don't think that Shelly's gonna say anything about it because I don't think they're even gonna let that come up, if I'm perfectly honest. Yeah, I think they're going to keep it very light, and that's going to actually annoy me because of how much has come out of this season, if I'm perfectly honest. Okay, y'all continue to like the live, please. Let's get the numbers up as high as we can. Okay, TT, I'm going to come back to you. I'm going to give you another minute, babe.
Okay. So I agree.
Oh, you went away, TT.
Oh, am I there?
Yes, now you are.
Okay. I agree with you that they're not going to hit the deep topics. That's why a lot of my notes that I have or the more surface stuff that I think that they are going to talk about or that they should. Okay, I had to refer back to my notes. The next one was about Ace and Shelly. I wonder if they wish they would have closed off sooner because I feel like had they done so, they probably would have won. And then I want to know what was Chris's family's real thoughts on Huda? I feel like when they came, they were just trying to help their family member, make it. But he was like literally pleading in silence for them to save him. And all he needed was that confirmation that his family didn't like her, and he probably would have deaded it sooner. So I want to know what they really thought. That's it. Thank you.
That's a great one. I don't know if we'll ever hear, I don't know if we'll hear it on the reunion, but even if he just told us afterwards, I mean, his sister definitely did say something, but then she got a lot of flack for it too.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he tried to keep it very cute. But again, what happens, right, is like they come out of the villa and they're all doing these like, interviews, and it's very fresh and they're all trying to keep it really cute. And then they start watching each other's interviews.
Yep.
And then they're like, oh, okay, hold on. That's how you want to play? All right. So I do think that I think they was trying to get him to get a bag. I've said that
Yep.
before, right? I think that when his sister said you're doing exactly what you need to do, it was giving you're playing the game the way you need to so you can win. I think they thought that they had a really good chance of winning so that he could get a bag and he could not live with them when he left.
The crazy thing is they really did have a chance. You saw how far they made it, even though we could see that he did not want her anymore. If he would have played the game like Brian, they would have won. Brian played the game. Hate the game. What they say, hate the player, don't hate the player, hate the game. Brian played the game.
And Brian tried to get him to play the game. He tried, but that just wasn't where he was. I also, I really do want to hear about Brian and Amaya. I want to hear about them, I guess.
I feel like with Brian and Amaya, like America just rode so hard for Amaya that as long as Brian didn't do nothing stupid, they were gonna win. It was just gonna happen. After that whole ranking challenge, and you notice too, after that ranking challenge, all the guys kind of changed their tune about how they was talking to and how they was treating Amaya because it's like, oh, y'all thought she was at the bottom, and that was so funny to see. Like every time they put the ranking up, and it was completely wrong. The people they thought were first were at the very bottom. I want them to talk a little more about their thoughts on that, like how they really felt in the moment, like when it dawned on them like what America really thinks. Because I think that challenge was the first one outside of what was the other one? When we all put Huda in the or sorry. Oh, Lord
That's
Jesus,
okay. That's
don't
okay.
when we all put redacted in the bottom, I wonder like outside of that one, when they did that ranking challenge, like what were their thoughts when it dawned on them what America really thought about them?
I
Delve
think
a little
that
more
would
into
be
that.
good. I think that would be a good one too, because obviously they're in the villa together all day long.
Mm-hmm.
So it is actually very informative how they place each other, right?
Yep.
Versus the edits that we got. And that just
Mm-hmm.
goes to show how much production is creating a story for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I think it would be interesting to hear their thoughts about like why did you, what happened for you when you realized that this is how America was viewing certain people. And I'm just gonna say, I put Amaya in my like very close to my top during that challenge, the Burst Your Bubble challenge. And honestly, I wish that I hadn't. But I was
Yep.
honestly, I did feel like she was kind, you know, even though I think that she struggles in a lot of areas. But then I watched them basically, and by them I mean production, use that as a way to be strategic and just making her the winner, even though she had all of that problematic behavior. And then
Yep.
people voted for her as an individual rather than her couple.
Yep. And I think what helped Amaya was yes, she had problematic behavior too, but she was likable still.
Oh yeah.
Because you
Yeah.
would start to see a lot of people like, oh, that's just how Amaya is. She shows her, and even I'm guilty of that. Like I would have people tell me like, Amaya is just the same as Huda. Dang it, I keep doing it.
That's
Amaya is
okay.
just the same as that girl. But there I would be like, oh, but that's just how she is with everything. If you notice how she expresses herself when she's really happy, she's the same over the top. When she's really sad, she's the same over the top. When she's bothered by something, she's the same over the top. And so I feel like that made her more relatable in that sense, as opposed to that other girls where her outbursts were so unwarranted. I feel like when Amaya was kind of like going at it with Ace, that was warranted because the way that he like I can't even enjoy being coupled up. You made it seem like you really wanted to be coupled up with me, and then boom, you hitting me with all these boundaries and different things that you don't want to do. Like her reaction, I felt like was warranted in the sense of like that would piss me off too. You know what I mean? But the way she reacted, I would probably react that way, not, but I would not react the way that the other girl reacted,
Mhm.
especially when there weren't any real reason to do so. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, the Queen of Reeds, you said, did we peep how Papaya recoupled a gazillion times and still won? I'm taking notes. And then somebody else said, Iman said she was quirky and Americans love an underdog storyline. That's why she won. Yeah, I've said on this live before that she is a more digestible version of Hilga. And people
Mm-hmm.
the emotionality of her. They see her as very memeable. We all quote her, right? Well, that maybe not everybody, right? But like, if I'm not your cup of tea, just don't drink me. I'm standing on. Last time I checked, I got 10 toes, and I'm standing on. Right. So like, she's very memeable. She has a lot of little catchy phrases, and they love being able to package somebody, right? And so yeah, they definitely enjoyed that part of her and allowed themselves. Yep, I'm a sensitive gangster, and that allowed them to end up voting for her and letting her win, no matter who she was with. It really wouldn't have mattered. Honestly, as much as they give hate to Zach, if she had chosen Zach, they still would have voted for that girl to win. They wouldn't have cared.
Agreed. And I want to comment. One of the people said Ace wasn't wrong for setting boundaries. He wasn't obligated. He wasn't wrong for setting boundaries, but his boundaries, the reasoning behind his boundaries were not true. It reminded me of when somebody likes you and you don't really like them, you have all these boundaries in the world. But when it's somebody that you like, they can do those things. So the boundaries that he was setting with Amaya weren't coming from a genuine place that he really doesn't like these things. He didn't want it from her. And I feel like he wasn't honest about that because everything that he says he didn't like as a blanket statement, he would do with Shelly.
Yeah.
I
Anika,
kind
yeah.
of I kind of disagree with that. I just want to disagree with that for a
Go
second.
ahead.
I don't necessarily think that Ace's boundaries were. I can see how you got there. I can definitely see how one can perceive that Ace had all these boundaries, except for the girls that he really liked. But the only one he really liked was Shelly, because I did see an edit of bedtime with Ace, and he didn't touch any of those girls, including Shelly. And he said it in the episode in the show that he doesn't want to get physical with somebody until he really, really likes. And it wasn't later on in the show that he was starting eating healthy. So
You're breaking up for me. Is Nikki breaking up for everybody else?
it wasn't so much as can you guys hear me?
Nikki, sis, you're breaking
Yeah.
up.
Okay.
Try to
Can you
find
hear
a
me?
better network in your house. We hear you now.
Okay. Okay, you hear me now. Okay, great.
Okay, yeah, you're back. You're back.
So I was saying that. Okay, great. Thank you. So I was saying that I think that it wasn't so much that Ace was setting his boundaries. I think it was the way that he came at it that really rubbed me even the wrong way, because even when they were at the dock, his demeanor, his body language was very defensive. It was very, this is how this is going to go. And nobody wants to be a person like that. In any situation, if you're really going to have a conversation, you can easily say, and this is due to his age and him not having, the conversation, still learning about himself. You can say, listen, I want to talk about something, it's very sensitive. It doesn't mean I don't want to know you. It does mean that, this is how I move, and I don't.
Nikki, I only muted you because you're breaking up real bad, babe.
I don't
Can I say
disagree with what
something?
Nikki was. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm having a hard time. Like, I'm very vocal about the fact that, like, I see a lot of red flags in Ace, and I get that I don't necessarily like him as the way he moved, but I feel like we can have this objective conversation where we can say Ace was not wrong in setting his boundaries. We don't know his background. We don't know what's happened to him. We don't know why he moved the way he moved. But we can also say that Ace, in a way, he weaponized those boundaries. The way he
Yes.
spoke to her, it was like almost leading in the way he led her to trap her in the answer he wanted. He did the same thing with Andrehina, and then in some aspect he did the same thing with Shelly. We can't he does it with one woman, he can do it with all of them. Ace has a very manipulative way of doing things. It's not that what he's doing is wrong, it's how he goes about doing it. And I feel like we're making way too many excuses for Ace, and that's the reason, that's how people end up. Next thing you know, you never saw it coming. I feel like if we take those blinders off, we will see that Ace has a lot of red flags. It has nothing to do with his age necessarily, because you can be his age and be mature. Ace understands how to manipulate people, and he has a way of leading you into exactly what he wants you to say or exactly what he wants you to do. So it's not that what he did was wrong, it's how he did it. And I mainly think he did it because he wanted Shelly to chase him. He wanted a reaction out of Shelly, so he picked Amaya. So when Shelly was not giving him what he wanted, then I honestly feel like he love bombed Shelly. His actions were very performative. When he didn't have to, you notice that he didn't do it.
I agree. And I feel like a good example of the boundaries was Olandria.
Hold on, TT. I'm sorry, babe. I'm gonna let Nikki finish, and then I'm gonna let Anne go, and then I'll come back to you. Nikki, go ahead and finish mine, please.
Can you all hear me? I'm in the woods.
Yes. Now you're good.
That's why it's a problem. No, I don't disagree with a lot of you all are saying. I really, truly don't. I do acknowledge that Ace had manipulative ways. Of course I do. Absolutely I do. I think but we have to parse out that particular situation and leave the other manipulations to because I think the reason why you have to remember too is that during that conversation that they had, what happened prior? What happened prior was Amaya going off on Shelly for no reason. And I know Ace found out about that. And I think that's where a lot of his posture came from Amaya attacking Shelly for no reason. Because she saw that Ace hugged Shelly before they went to bed. Just hugged her. So, yes, to everybody else's points, I think it's very valid with Audrina, like everything. That is completely right. Ace manipulative in a lot of situations, but I'm just specifically talking about that particular situation with Amaya and Ace in that moment in the villa. That's all I was trying to say.
Okay. Thank you for those thoughts. And please go ahead and give us your thoughts, my friend.
I'm gonna agree with a lot of the things that is it Tata? Am I saying that right? What you had to say, because here's the thing. Ace is a Leo, and I'm gonna say that because my father's a Leo, and based on what I've went through, they can't be trusted. Listen, Ace has been very strategic from the start. He did grow on me towards the end. But from the beginning, the way he was moving, I didn't like it. He's been strategic. He's been a game player. That's why they call him Mr. President. Here's the thing about Leos. They like to be leaders wherever they go, right? Mr. Ace is the big little man in charge. He, though he is short, even he said though he was 5'10" on a good day, sir, stop lying. He has such big courage. Oh. Anyway, AC Poo got on my nerves since the very beginning. He looked like he was here to play games and not here about love. And this is why the universe kicked you and Shelly out. You, Ace, sir, are the reason why Shelly lost. It could have been Shelly's, but you had to come in there and be all strategic. Here's the thing. He had eyes for Shelly since the very beginning. But you go and pick Amaya to try to have Shelly chase you. Shelly even said herself out of her own mouth, I'm not going to change for no man. I'm not going to. Basically, sis was saying she ain't going to chase you. So you mad, and you switched up your behavior on Amaya. Though, did Ace clock Amaya's toxic behavior? He did. But when I was Team Amaya, I was like, why do you have to do her like that? Now she's going around in the competition so self-conscious, like, am I doing too much? Am I this? Am I that? But Tina, I've learned so much from you, Tina. You said that just like Helga, she does use her physicality to win these men over. Very, very kissy, very touchy-feely. Now, I was on a live with Blue Centric, if you guys know her. She was discussing how Amaya, yes, I love her so much. I've learned so much from her. Amaya, what did she do? Not the physical. Brian standing up for her wasn't even him standing up for her. Brian was excusing her behavior via the culture of the Dominicans. And as a Haitian, I see the truth. I have seen the light. The love that I have for her blinded me so much. But when I started thinking with my logical brain and not the rose-colored glasses, I'm like, I see the truth. We out here making excuses for her based on her culture. Because here's the thing. What's her name? Katie, that was from Vanderpump Rules, was like, oh, when the girls became mean girls, that was their true self. That was really Alangia, playing into the black woman trope. So as a black woman, I can't be calm. I can't be demure. I can't be educated because I can be those things. And then I can have a moment when I turn up because I'm human with goddamn feelings. You expect all black people to be ghetto. We are not. And you know, as a educated Haitian American, I'd like to say I can't count on the number of times people have told me, you sound smart. You sound like a white girl. Simply because I'm educated. Don't play with me, please. Whiteness does not equate intelligence. Don't piss me off, people. Don't piss me off. Catch up. And I don't even want to say this, But the history has shown the white tea people aren't the smartest. If they had to put our ancestors into bondage, how smart are you? You were threatened by us from the very beginning. Clock that. And that's all I have to say.
Can I add on that?
I'm gonna let TT go, and then I will come back to you, Manjama. Go ahead,
Okay,
TT.
bet.
And I 100% agree with you. I think also it plays into that whole stereotype of Latin women being spicy and passionate. They get to have those types of adjectives, whereas as Black women, we don't get that. And even with Shelley and Olandria being as poised and composed and demure as they were, they still got a rep as being mean girls. So and that completely plays into that double standard, triple, whatever cultural standards that you were speaking on. And then also, I feel like with Amaya, like you said before, Tina, she was just more digestible. And then because again, we all do are constantly surrounded by those different stereotypes that have become social norms. Everybody wants a spicy Latina, you know? And so when they do those things like that, it's seen as cute and sexy. But when, I don't know, last season, when Riri did that, she's an angry Black woman. You know what I mean? So I completely agree with everything you were saying on that. And then as far as I wanted to backtrack when Nikki was saying that Amaya went off on Shelly for no reason. I don't think it was for no reason because I think the dynamic in the villa and which was frustrating for us as the viewers, we all know Ace and Shelly want each other. And y'all playing in our face. And Amaya felt like you were planning, Ace was playing in her face because you're making it seem like you really want to connect with me and get to know me, but really you're just doing it because you're trying to make Shelly jealous or you want Shelly to chase you. And Shelly was doing the same thing too with Chris. Like she wanted Chris to chase her. And both of them, to me, were just stringing other people along and not quite yet coupling up because in their minds, I think their strategy, if we couple up too soon, we're going to be seen as a threat and we're going to get sent home. So we have to keep other people waiting in the wing, which is why Shelly was matched up with Austin for so daggum long. That didn't make no sense whatsoever because we know you want Ace, and we know Ace, you want Shelly. So it's the same thing like that. I feel like that's where Amaya's frustration was coming from. She had already went off on Ace about being upset about because honestly, from the when leading up to the coupling, he wasn't talking about none of those boundaries. Soon as it happened, it was like an instant switch. And I would be shocked by that too. So you're telling me that you're interested, but then we all can see that there's something between you and Shelly. So why are you not seriously pursuing that? I would feel like you playing in my face too. So I don't think necessarily that her going off on Shelly was unwarranted, but definitely again, the way she did it and going back to that whole spicy Latina thing being okay, that was not right.
Okay, I want to respond, and then Manjama, I'm gonna let you speak, my friend. I would say a couple of things. One, I want us to be like, I want us to remember the timeline because a lot happens in the villa, and I think things get blurry very fast, right? But like, Shelly did pick Ace. She picked Ace initially. The only reason why Shelly and Ace were not coupled up is because Yulissa stole him, right? So to say that they were playing the game and that they were attempting to manipulate the villa into thinking, oh, well, we're gonna pursue other people so that we don't couple up too fast, to me doesn't track with what they actually did. If they thought that, I don't think she would have ever coupled up with him originally, right? She coupled up with him originally and only was not in a couple because he got stolen. As far as the her and Austin thing, she had said, and I just believe in taking people at their word unless I have like refutable evidence that like, oh, you're lying to me. But I know we all forget about Yulissa because she literally left. So then Ace was basically single. So yeah, he had all this time to pour into pursuing Shelly because he had nobody, right? So yeah, he's planning his little cute dates or whatever, right? But I do think when it came to Austin that she said like she was growing to like him. Her issue with Austin is that Austin did not take initiative. And she said that over and over and over again to him. She kept telling him what she wanted, that she liked date. She was being very honest. And Austin spent the majority of his time, from what we saw, at least, right? We're getting an edit. But he spent the majority of his time asking her about Ace and asking her about like whining to her about her connection with someone else, rather than just doing what she said she wanted. And I know that some of my Haitian folks, and y'all can speak to this, but some of my Haitian folks on my panels before have spoken to, like, culturally, yeah, with Shelly, she did expect to be pursued because culturally that is what is appropriate to her, right? And so there was a level of expectation, and I think she was attempting with Austin, but like, I think everybody was like, Austin, why are you still here? Because he wasn't just lazy with Shelly. He was lazy with everybody. He planned that one little moment with him and Shelly, and that was literally it. And so I think it's unfair to say that Shelly was not giving. I think she was trying to give it a shot. That's what I was, her attempting to give it a shot, because without her wanting it to be this way, she ended up with him, because she got her man stolen initially. What I will say about, I want to take us back to the Doc conversation. I've been very clear before that I felt like Ace was dragging it a little bit. I was tired of hearing the conversation by the time they got to the Doc. That's a personal thing. I was over it at that point. But I do agree that at that point he was frustrated with the way that she had responded to Shelly. Right? Because even if she was upset about Ace having a behavior with Shelly that he's saying he doesn't want with her, then baby, your smoke is with Ace, not with Shelly. Right? And so she needed to take that up with him, not with Shelly. And so the fact that she came at Shelly, didn't let Shelly get any words out, you know what I'm saying? I think that that's fair, that he felt frustrated by her doing that and wanted to have this additional conversation of like, you're not going to like regulate me, right? Let's be clear about what our boundaries are so that we can effectively sort of pursue this. I think that he thought Amaya was cute. Honestly, I think Ace would have explored everybody if he could. Personally, that's how I perceived him in the villa. Is that he thought he was at a buffet. He wanted a little taste of everything. But I think that what happened for him is that he got turned off with both her and Hilga, because I think he wanted to explore Hilga. Well, we know he did. He kissed her in the blindfold challenge, right? But I think once he saw their behaviors, that's what made him be like, yeah, I'm not fucking with you. So to me, it feels unfair to say that like maybe he was lying about it the whole time. But I do think that it was very quickly that he was like, yeah, I'm cool. Like, I'm not fucking with it. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that I perceived it. I see that my friend wants to come back up, Monjama. So I'm going to let you share your thoughts, friend, as soon as it connects. All right, go ahead, friend.
Hello?
Yes,
Sorry.
ma'am.
My bad. I was just wanted to add on the conversation we were having before you responded about the stereotypes and like I think someone said like, why can't Black women be calm? Like why do you perceive me being rah-rah, like the real me? It's like an instant. Sorry, I'm at a train station. Before I came to America, my accent was like a lot stronger, and like I also lived in the UK, so like people would never believe or like just perceive that I'm like faking an accent because like it was just so, I guess to them like not normal. But yeah, oh my God, sorry. Is it cutting off? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. But my train of thought is definitely lost now because I got into what you were saying. But yeah, at that time, the stereotypes and all that. But yes, continue.
No, yeah, I think you're right too, Abunza, about the whole, and you're right, somebody else did bring it up. It was very frustrating to me to listen to people act like, and I've said this before on this live, right? But that like Shelly and Alandria couldn't just be gracious and poised women, right? And that if they were not playing into the stereotype, and let's keep it a buck to somebody else's point, right? About Amaya falling into this narrative of like the spicy Latina.
Yeah.
Again, this goes back to her being memeable for them being able to say, oh, she fits the stereotype that I have of Latina women, and so I like her because of that, right? Like she whether she meant to or not, like that may truly just be who she is, y'all, right? But it felt digestible for them. You know what I mean? And so I think that definitely played into it. Okay. Monjama, did you have anything else with your time frame?
Yeah. No, I was just saying, like, it's crazy because not every, because I am in a community with a lot of like Hispanic people, and like it's not even like that majority of the time. So, and obviously, like, in community with a lot of Black people, so it's just like the stereotypes they said to me, I can't even, especially right now in this day and age. Just like let's cut it out at this point. Me,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
that's all. I'm loving this chat, by the way.
Thank
And,
you.
yeah, I'm learning a lot. It's validating as well because
I love that.
sometimes I'm thinking I'm crazy and it's not.
No.
So, yes.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. You come in here, you definitely gonna be held with care in this space. Okay, Anne, go ahead, my friend. You've got your 5 minutes.
What you just made me realize is that yes, Ace may have been interested in Amaya and Huda, and then saw their actions, and then kind of backed off, which led me to believe like, okay, so does Ace have a certain type? And on top of that, I think that Shelly is a better fit for him because she's a little bit more pulled back, maybe a little bit, for the lack of a better word, submissive towards him. So in Haitian culture, as you were talking about, Tina, yeah, we're not taught to chase men. We were taught that we were the prize. And we were taught that, if a man wants you, he'll come get you. He'll do what he has to do to be with you. And so back in the olden days, like when my parents met, like before my parents even met, my dad had to build a house and move my mom in there. And that's where we were raised before we moved out here. So that's how they did it back then. Like, and then even going back into further African American history, like you have to pay for your wife and things like that. It's always like the thing that the men chases, and that's how it works. Now, when it came to the whole Shelly and Amaya thing, honestly, I had forgotten about it until we started having these discussions, and I went back and saw a clip, and my immediate reaction is like, Amaya's anger is misdirected because that energy that he has, it should have been for Ace. Here's the other thing. When Ace and Hoga went too far, she even admitted it on the Call Her Dottie podcast interview that she went too far with Ace. Wait, where was my train of thought going? I have to get it back. Yeah. Well, I feel like I didn't like that Shelly didn't hold Ace accountable as well. And in that moment, I may have went too far. I'm like, yo, she really acting like a pick me right now. She gets on my nerves. Because while you're like, I'm mad at Helga. She went too far. But Ace, I'm not mad at you. It was her. Excuse. Ace, you have bodily autonomy. You could have been like, this is inappropriate, and be like, get off of me. You know what I mean? Just like Amaya clocked it during the challenge. Oh, y'all want to kiss me now? Where were the boundaries? First of all, a 3-way kiss on television? What is going on? If I were Amaya, I would have set my boundaries and been like, you better get off me. Don't touch me. But no, of course they're gonna see her. Oh, she's the spicy Latina. She just wanna have fun. Yada 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 bullshit. Oh my god. Shelly and Ace are the same person in male and female form, and I'll explain. Remember when it was Casa versus the Villa? They were both bleeding. Clock that. Remember that Chris wanted Shelly to chase her? Ace wanted Ace wanted Shelly to chase her. Then Chris wanted Shelly to chase her. They both like to be chased. They both have similar personalities. I'll tell you the truth, and recently learned this term from Blue. Ace is a male baddie. Ace wants to be chased. Ace wants to be a bad bitch. I said what I said. You don't have to agree with me. I think that Ace wants to be a bad bitch. And you know what? Not Princess Ace, Tata! Princess Ace, I can't. I have to gather myself. That's just a lot. Princess, Yo, that is so funny because it's so real. Ace likes attention. He's a Leo. They love that. It feeds his ego. He wants to be the princess. He wants to be chased. Ace thinks he's that guy, but he's just a short guy. That's it.
I think that's a lot for me to digest. Someone asked if that is really Hilga's name. No, but we don't say her name in here because it's like saying Beetlejuice 3 times. So we do not want to conjure up her followers into this space. I don't know if I think Ace wants to be chased. I think Ace, well, let me think about it for a second. I think that, and I'm not an Ace fan. I'm not like an Ace stan like that, y'all. I'm not even a fan always. I critiqued him heavily on my page, right? But I think that also something to be named is that like this man has never had a girlfriend, right? And he's 22. And we all, hi Amina, and we all watched his best friend at least, doing the most, right, on her lives while that man was in the villa. And people were like, oh, she wants him. And if you look at their interactions together, I think that he might be accustomed to being desired. And so to me, he and Chris were similar. And like Chris, I think is the guy, I don't know how to take this is going to be to y'all. But Blue has said something similar, and so you might also agree with this. Chris is the guy that thinks because he is tall, that's all he has to do. All he has to do is be 6'8" and tell people that he plays basketball overseas.
Tino, you're right. Because Blue had clocked him as a very low effort tall man. That's it.
Low effort, you know? So like I will say that like when it comes to Ace, I do think that he likes to be desired, but like we all do, right? Like we all want to be desired. We all want to know that the person that we want wants us back, but he's also the only man that we saw put in additional effort to court his person in the villa. So I don't think that he is, and I will say, and I've said this before and people were not happy with me, but I do think that he pouted, like it definitely, he was showing his age after Casa. In my opinion. Yes, Amina, you will go next, my love. He was showing his age after Casa because the fact that when the heart rate challenge happened and Shelly had her reaction to Hilga, which we all know in this live because we all have fully formed brains. Well, I don't know if we do, but we definitely all in here use our critical thinking skills. I know that. We all know that Shelly was mad at Hilga based on principle. It was just principle. I think, again, and I've said this 1,000 times, right? But had we not been having the conversation about what was and was not acceptable as girls, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal, right? Might it have been a deal? Probably, because I mean, you're sitting on my man's face in a thong and you put your tongue on his stuff. Like, girl, I might have a problem with that. A little bit, you know what I'm saying? But the reason why it got as big as it did was because of the principle and the standard that had been set upon amongst this group of people, right? By Hilga, and I'm gonna throw in there also Sierra in some ways. How y'all feel, right? But she had set that what she was calling or suggesting was a boundary when really it was about control because she didn't hold her own self to it. And boundaries are about our own behavior, not anybody else's. And so based on principle, Shelly was upset. Oh, you've just been trying to control a villa is what Shelly, I think, was clocking in that moment. And that this isn't actually about boundaries and there's no actual respect for anybody else other than you want it for yourself, but not for anybody else. That said, I agree that I felt like, you know, there needed to be some accountability for Shelly with Ace as well. I do think that you're in the moment. It might be a little hard to know how to react in that moment. And that motherfucker got up all smiley kikiing. Okay. So yeah, I might have a little something to say to your ass too when we sit down and talk personally. Okay. So I was like, for me, I do wish that I would have seen her I agree, K Balls. Like it was like there is something to be had around a conversation with him. I do, and I've said before, I do feel like that boundaries conversation that they attempted the next day was just a fucking nightmare. And I felt like Ace pouted for way too long after that. You know, he brought her breakfast still every morning. He brought her flowers, but he wasn't doing no more dates. And that man was like that every fucking morning, bringing that shit upstairs to her. Nigga, fix your, oh, I shouldn't say that word in here probably. Boy, fix your motherfucking face. Either be excited to bring me breakfast or get out of my face. You know, don't be doing shit begrudgingly for me. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I didn't like, no, I know that they didn't show all of their conversations. I know they didn't show all of their conversations, but it just bothered me that we watched him so begrudgingly do things. Like either you're over it or you're not, motherfucker. Okay? But don't keep holding something over my head if we've talked about it. Because they said they stayed up talking until sunrise. Shell Ace, Gina, we're talking about Ace's behavior. They said they stayed up when they left the villa. We stayed up talking until sunrise the next day about that. So then why are you still pouting? Either you're over it or you're not. And we don't really see him adjust. And she did keep getting flowers, yes. But we didn't really see them kind of get back to their playful banter and like the way that they really were until that doc moment. And I just didn't like that. I felt like he kept holding it. And I'm not saying because you can't hold it. That's fair. You may not be over it yet. But then let's be honest that we're not. You know what I mean? Let's be honest that we're still struggling with it, that there's still something going on for me about it, that I don't feel resolved around it. I know that Fairy Goddess, Fairly Odd Bis, I just said that. Yes, we know that they said that they stayed up talking all night, but we also still watched him mope around the villa when it came to her until that doc conversation. And I just personally did not like that. To me, it was evidence of his age. I felt like it was almost like punishment. You know what I'm saying? Like when your partner is, and then he brought it up in the Stand on Business again, right? So it's like, even if they stayed up all night, why'd you bring it up again then if we were resolved? Why is it coming up? Because you're not resolved. So let's just be honest about that rather than you punishing me by giving me little giving me coldness. Don't do that to me. I don't like that, you know? And to me, that's when his age really showed up. You know, okay. They didn't though. That's what we're getting at, Fairly Odd Bis. They did not. They had to have multiple, and it's nothing wrong with having multiple conversations. Again, let me be clear. It's nothing wrong with needing multiple conversations. The problem is when you allow what you're feeling to make you be cold towards your partner. And I personally did not like watching that for 48 hours until they had this doc conversation. It felt like, why are we staying up till sunrise talking about it just for you to bring it up at the very next challenge, just for us to then still be cold? Like it was, I didn't like that. Maybe, so you're saying that conversation happened after that challenge? They have an interview when they say that happened after the Stand on Business challenge and not the heart rate challenge. And agree, Shanika. And to me, that's like, I think that sometimes people perceive a quietness as like emotional maturity, but it's really just avoidance. And that was my critique about Chris as well. Okay, Amina, I don't want to keep going, love. Let me give you your time, my friend. Go ahead and share your thoughts.
Okay. No, my response was just like, I don't think Ace is a princess. That's actually Taylor. Taylor has shown jealousy towards other women because he could not have fathomed how loved Landria was outside of the villa. And it was beyond Nicolandria, because before that stupid Stand on Business challenge, like Alandria was always in top 3, and I can't believe his stupid self forgot that. And I mean, I think he's showing it with Clark. But anyway, yeah, not even to defend Ace, because if we could search people by comments, I was calling him Red Pill with the way that he reacted to to Amaya. That was giving me podcast bro with the boundary situation, and like that was like trying to train her how to respond. So, but like I said, I've gone back and started to watch, and I was like, because I didn't even remember that Amaya and him had any conversation, because I was like, why did he pick her? But I was like, oh, he liked her eyes. That's what he was saying. And I found another comment. Brian also commented on Amaya's eyes, but it was when they first entered Casa. They all thought like, oh, her beautiful green eyes. So I was like, oh, okay. But then yeah, Ace, he was the only one he was actually telling all the other guys what to do. He was like, guys, breakfast is the bare minimum. Listen to what these girls are saying and what they want. He was telling Nick and Taylor. So, and even when he answered, he's just a Leo. He just wants attention. But I don't think he's a bad bee like Taylor, like he's gonna abuse people. Because I think he will genuinely take care of Shelly. Because even when he answered her in that live, his first question was like, do you need anything? So, like, I was never an Ace hater, but like I said, I still have questions for him. It's like, does he feel like he helped, Taylor manipulate? And I can't get over that. It was only the black man that didn't set up for Landry. That still, like I said, it pings for me it's somewhere. I want answers about that, but I don't know who would be the right place to give him to, have that conversation.
Yeah. Hi, Yanela. I agree. SG, that's exactly your point of duality. That's what we do all the time in here, right? It's like, it is nuanced. Like, we cannot make people black and white. Like, there is so much nuance to the way that people exist. So we can acknowledge all of these like really great, wonderful demonstrations of maturity and like how Ace showed up as a human, and have these other things that were like, ooh, that's like icky. That wasn't great. So Chan, you're funny, because we did definitely start with the conversation being about Ace and Amaya on that dock, and now we are somewhere different. Nikki, my friend, you asked to go. I'm gonna give you your time, friend. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Yeah, no, I agree with Amina. I think I brought it up earlier. Like, I definitely saw the Ace paying more attention to everybody else's relationship than what he had going on, and I think that's where he messed up. But what I wanted to say about Ace, my best friend and I had this conversation, because I didn't clock it until like later on when the popularity, I guess, was really rising for Shelly in particular. Was that I saw Ace before on TikTok doing those dances with the Palestinian people.
Yep.
And I went down the rabbit hole, and I was just like, oh, he's been on Jennifer Hudson. And then I saw him I saw him do like this dating show for autistic people. And I was just like, imagine if that Ace showed up in the villa. Shalace would have hands down won. If he would have showed up who he was genuinely in the world, as opposed to be playing the game and playing, and wanting to, I think there was a misconception in his head, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tina, that, there was rules to, making it to the end. I think that he had in his mind that, in order for him to, play the game correctly, that he had to explore everybody. And that's where the idea of exploration, that's why you're getting all these people that were in solid couples voted out. It's very strange, because who he was in the real world, how he presented before people knew who he was, did not match who he was in the villa. And I say that is the lack of maturity that he has. Mm-hmm. Is that he did not bring his full true self to this experiment. And as far as I think I wanted to say this, Anne, because I'm a Bravo girly, and I clocked what Katie said. I just want to say I watched Vanderpump Rules for 11 seasons. When Tequila Katie showed the fuck up. She went on every reunion talking about how that's not who she is. But you had the audacity to come on Love Island and try to say that Shelly and Alandria were not being the full selves because they did not clock out the way that you did. It is peak white woman season that just spews out of their mouths. And something that's also very interesting that I wanted to bring up, just related to the reunion that I didn't get a chance to say, is that Andy was on a red carpet recently. I saw this clip going around, and he said, somebody asked him who his favorites were in the villa, and he said, my favorite is Alandria. And then he, as a second thought, he was like, oh, and of course, Amaya, as if she was like a second thought. So I'm very curious to see how Andy gauges or treats Alandria's experience, considering that he says, quote unquote, that she's a favorite. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yes. Okay, there were some comments that I want to respond to real quick, y'all. Yeah, I think, Nikki, to your point and to some of the comments early. So SG named, he was polarized early because people thought him and Shelly were plants and dating already. The lens was skewed. This is the power of social media, right? Because that one little girl that says she got the deets, y'all know who I'm talking about, be letting her anti-blackness fuel her takes. And she definitely fueled that train of inaccurate information about them. And even when it was refuted, never took it down, right? Never retracted, never said anything to correct her misinformation that she put out to the public. And I definitely think that skewed people against them from the very beginning. I think that it is nuanced. I think that he did show up as himself, because I do think that we got to see the playfulness that we see. I've never watched him before this, y'all, but I've seen his lives since he's now been in the villa and after the villa. I think he showed up with that playfulness. I think he showed up wanting to have a good time. I think we saw like that part of him that, shows up in his social media. I think the way that, and this is maybe a hotter take, I've said it in here before, but I think the way that he empathized with Huda. So if we remember back to that timeline, initially he thought that Hilga was the problem. And he said so to Jeremiah. You letting that girl do this, da-da-da-da-da-da. But then she sat him down and she's like, I'm a single mom. And then, the next thing we know, now it's like, oh my gosh, she's being love bombed. The way that he empathized with her, even though he was being manipulated, right? So I think that we did see pieces of it. But I think also, to other people's points in here, I'm sure that production has a hand in like what, obviously, like maybe taking some parts out, especially because like when we're looking at the rankings, the villa was ranking him high, so like they definitely had a perception of him that we did not get to see. And I would say that it also probably is true that he is all these other things that we saw, right? Like I don't think he was being inauthentic. I think we just got to see what they wanted us to see about him. And once the tide got turned, as far as people wanting to say they were scammers, people were going to see them through a lens that was critical from there forward, I feel like. Okay, Tata, you had a question that has nothing to do with this, and that's totally fine. Go ahead.
It's something that happened to me while I was at work. So I'm in I started new work, and I got lost in a building. I ended up in the back of the building, right? And this guy opened the elevator for me. And this is something I've never experienced before. So I wanted to get the women's opinion on it. It was the second he opened the elevator. He was super nice. There was nothing alarmed about him. But in that moment, while he was telling me where to go, I felt like my spine expand. The hairs in the back of my neck stood up. And it's just everything was screaming, you in danger. But till today, I cannot tell y'all why. And I feel like I'm trying to talk myself out of the experience. And I don't know if anyone's ever experienced that before. Am I reading too much into it, or is it just like I don't know. I don't know what to make of it, because there was nothing the man did but be nice and tell me where to go, and he didn't look scary. But for some odd reason, I just felt like I was in so much danger in that moment. I'm feeling anxious just talking about it right now.
Yeah, Tata. To Shanika's point, I'm gonna speak back. I'm gonna speak not as your clinician, but as a clinician. This is what I would say. As a parent, this is what I would say. Listen to your body. I tell my kids all the time, it doesn't have to make sense. Trust your gut anyway. So if that's what you felt in your body, you trust your body, right? Because it's better to be presumptuous and to be safe than to try to give somebody the benefit of the doubt and to be unsafe. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I would say if your body felt something, your body is remembering something, or it is sensing something in that moment that is familiar to something you've experienced before, right? So definitely this is something to be curious about on a deeper level. That I would want you to like be curious about, like in therapy, right? Or with someone that feels like a therapeutic space for you, at least. It doesn't have to be talk therapy. This could be yoga. This could be like dance, whatever feels right for you. But definitely I would say trust what your body is saying. It is communicating a message to you for a reason. And women are taught too often to disconnect from what their body is telling them. And that puts us in dangerous situations unnecessarily. But I do want to, I know you said you wanted all the women's opinions, so I would love to open it up to the panel and give y'all time to respond as well.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start.
Perfect. Thank you.
I absolutely agree, hands down. A woman's intuition is exactly what it is. We have been, it's like that, that conversation, the bear conversation. I will always choose the bear, you know. I think that it is a very important for, that we have been, because of what we have gone through, or, what we have noticed about how we're socialized in this country in particular, is that, men can be dangerous. And if you have that feeling, always go out, and we're also socialized, women are also socialized to give men the benefit of the doubt. We don't want to be that girl that, is always like, oh my gosh, somebody's going to attack me at any moment, until you get attacked. So, I say give yourself grace. Always listen to your heart, your gut, your instinct. It's always correct. And please don't talk yourself out of anything that you deem that could compromise your safety. Because, they don't need to know that. You just need to know that. You need to take care of you, and you're the only one that can do that. So please give yourself some grace on that, sis.
I love my panel. I swear. Y'all, will you please continue to double tap the screen? I think Gigi is correct. I think we can easily get to 60K. I wanted to say too, Nikki, what you said, right? Like women are taught to sort of, what was it that you said? Hold on. ADHD, y'all. Like to like not make too, like not do too much, not make too big a deal out of it. That's what we're seeing with Clark right now, y'all. Is the conditioning to not make a big deal out of things. Okay. Does anybody else on my panel want to add to this at all? Give your thoughts, give your affirmations, whatever it is, right? To Tata.
I actually wanted to say something real quick. What I wanted to say is, yes, always trust your intuition. Just like Tina said, even if it doesn't feel right. And when it comes to the whole Taylor and Clark situation, I think that not only is she ignoring her intuition, but it's similar to what abusers do. He's testing her boundaries to see how far he can go. And so it does start small, which is why I was telling the other ladies on the other live that this is the beginning of him showing DV that he's a DV abuser, because, of the way that he's pushing her. I saw one push and it was enough for me. I was triggered because, of my past. And he did do it jokingly, but the way that he literally physically moved her out the camera. Now, as we know, men are physically stronger than women. So the way he physically pushed her out the frame and then he got in the frame shows me also that he wants attention. He likes attention. He wants clout. And he doesn't care that Clark is even there. Like, she's just an afterthought. And I don't like that. It's not... I need Clark to wake up and see the truth before things get too late. I honestly want them to announce their breakup at the reunion. I want Clark to be like, it just didn't work out. People have also speculated, and y'all let me know. Okay. Y'all let me know about this speculation if you agree that that Clark wasn't really into him, that she just wanted to have someone that's easy to get into the house. Those have been speculations. I don't agree with it, but y'all let me know what you think. I'm gonna go on mute now.
I kind of agree with that. Like, I really do. That's what I was saying earlier about like his face and like like how it made me feel and all that he's doing since they've been back outside, like the like we're saying, like the pushing and like just the pot shit. I'm like, sometimes yeah, maybe you guys are the comic the comedy couple, but yeah, he gotta go. I agree. Please announce your breakup at the reunion because I feel like he was an easy choice for her. Just even like her body language. But again, we can't even trust these edits. But yeah, that I don't know. Maybe he's sheltered too, or just from what I've seen, he has like a huge like family, like sibling wise. He has like a bunch of siblings. Maybe that's how they get down. But I don't know. That is scary, and she needs to leave. That's
Wait,
all I have to say.
okay, thank you, Manjoma. If I forgot to say it, I don't know why it just why it just clicked in my head because somebody came in with a really funny Ray, your PFP is hilarious. But Harpo who this, if you're still in here, I love your handle. Amina, go ahead, my love.
Okay. I just wanted to say to like Nikki, like, well, and like agree with Tina that I think we did see good signs of Ace, but I think social media this season, it just flew off the handle. Like once that rumor got out, nothing that they said was gonna, nothing that we saw on the show was gonna combat that rumor because people were so convinced that they knew everything about it. And even if they didn't believe the rumor that they were dating before, it was like, oh, they're game players. So it's like there was nothing that they were gonna be able to do. And then social media was extremely vicious towards the black people this season, especially Shelly and Alandra. And it seemed like the Hilga fans, like they became her fans out of spite, especially after that stand on business challenge. They just, yeah, it was just insane. And just like the lack of boundaries and like respect that these people have had for the cast in general, like the things that I've seen dug up on this cast, I'm like, people did DNA. There's a black man that did a DNA thing on Taylor and Alandria, and Alandria's mama was not happy about it, and she messaged him and he doubled down on it. And I was like, that is the weirdest SHIT I've ever seen. And people were like reposting. I was actually DMing people like, do not repost this. Like, if her mama is not okay with this, do not repost it. Like, it's weird. I don't know. Just and like people like just wanting to be the first to post stuff. Like people posting her daddy's Facebook, and I'm like, it takes 2 seconds to cross out his name, and clearly she goes by her middle name online for a reason. Take 10 seconds and cross out her name so people can't find her if you insist on posting this. People were just so weird, and her mama was posting in a private Facebook group. She has a TikTok, so if she wanted to share the thoughts that she shared on TikTok or on Facebook over here, she would have, but she obviously didn't because her daughter also exists over here. Yeah. She was way more candid and she was cussing on Facebook because apparently she did not like Taylor, but those thoughts never made it to TikTok for a reason, and people couldn't even use their brains and realize that because she also has an aunt on here, and the way her aunt talked about Taylor, she was very gracious. So I don't believe that they were even faking. She was super nice. I would have been cussing Taylor from here to hell if I was her auntie, to be honest. But she was very nice, and that video is from back in June. So yeah, people were just insane, especially to the black women, and that's why I went so hard. I'm old. I was staying up till 4 o'clock fighting with 23-year-olds. So I'm too old for this. Like, my time was on MySpace and Facebook. That'll tell you how old I am. But I was in these comments like, get off my girls.
I had to get out the Facebook groups because it was just so much anti-blackness. I was in it, I think, for less than 24 hours. I was like, nope, if it's one thing I'm going to do is protect my damn peace, I'm out. Tata, I do want to circle back. Do you feel like your question is answered? Did you feel resolved around that?
Yeah, it's just the only thing that was concerning for me was just the fact that I have never experienced that before. It was just weird. And
Yeah.
I was like, maybe before I let myself talk myself out of it. So I was like, let me just express it to see if someone else could give me, their point of view. But that was it.
Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully you've heard the aunties say, "Nah, babes, don't talk yourself out of that. Your body knew." And yeah, so it wasn't that he used DNA to do the ancestry, y'all. Like you can use people's like names to like find records, and so that's what I'm pretty sure he did. Either way, it's definitely an invasion.
Oh yeah, my bad. I mean, he just did like ancestry stuff, and so I automatically say ancestry because that's the DNA company. But
Can y'all explain? Can y'all explain the actual situation? Because I saw the aftermath, but I did not see the initial issue.
Oh, okay. Well, I usually block people when I don't like what they're doing. But there is an account on here. He's a black man, and he did like kind of sort of deep dives on people's family. So he talked about Alandria's mama being a single mom and that her dad was in jail. Like who would want anyway? And then Taylor's family is very prominent in the rodeo, which of course he spoke about on the bio files, and people have been saying that. So if you if you search the right stuff, you will find that guy's account. I have blocked him. I'm block a flock of flame over here. If you're doing something weird, I'm blocking you.
But yeah, he had posted like a whole video, and Landria's mom obviously felt very violated by that and told him that like his information wasn't even accurate. But then he didn't do anything. It sounds like he didn't move with any integrity. Like he didn't just say like, "Oops, my bad," and like he sort of doubled down is what it sounds like.
Yeah, and he posted her message, which was even worse.
Yeah, very weird. And Sweet S Taboo, to your point, this is an older point, but you said they never denied they knew each other, but others knew each other too. And then K Rawls 93, they were not dating before. Exactly. When they came out of the villa, they told us that like he knew Pepe and she knew Amaya, and we have to be careful about that like know each other thing, right? Because like they were friends on social media, and Ace and Shelly had like run into each other one time before that, right? Like we can be friends on social media and not like know each other, right? But like they were engaging when it came to some of these people. I know that like Nick and Jeremiah like met, in passing, doing a job together, right? So it's like people wanted to make it something deeper than that.
Yeah, I think everything was inflated. I don't think any of them actually knew each other deeply. Like, now, had they probably met a few times? Because I think what Andreina and Shelly said is that they had worked with the same photographer. And I think it was maybe Amaya, too. And then Jeremiah and, was it Nick? They either knew each other from, like, modeling or, like, I think they said a catering job. So, like, they barely knew each other for, like, 10 minutes. I don't think any of the people, like, actually deeply knew each other. And it's like living in LA or New York, you meet people all the time, or you're 10 degrees of separation from people. So people, I don't know, people just refuse to use their brains this season. They just want to hate and be evil, to be honest.
If y'all are fans of Bravo, if y'all watch Real Housewives of Atlanta, like just this recent one, as Charles Oakley said, there's a difference between you knowing me and you meeting me. Like that is a huge difference. So stop acting like we know each other.
Well, and like to this point, Nikki, so like there have been moments when Chris or I have been like movers and shakers in particular arenas in our city, and people will say to him, like, I feel like I know you because of Christina, or people will be like, oh, I feel like I know you because of Chris, but like they don't know me. You think you know me because you have proximity to someone that I do know. And so I think, yeah, like it's just because we share a photographer don't mean we know each other, right? And I do think it was very intentional by production that we heard about them knowing each other, but not other people. Yeah. I do want.
Yeah, actually, going back to the rewatch, if you go back to that fight that Shelly and Shelly and Amaya had, or the argument was Amaya was yelling at Shelly, they actually turned down the audio when she said, especially with us knowing each other outside of here, they turned that down. But if you listen closely, you could hear it. That's why I said people go back and start watching, start rewinding stuff. You will see a lot of weird stuff that you didn't catch up. Because I even start to see, Taylor and Alandria's cute moments when I just don't like ugly men, so I never saw it for Taylor.
What I don't understand about Taylor is like he would not be someone I would choose to date. When I saw him in the villa,
he's a mush mouth. He don't open his mouth when he talks, so that's what was working my nerves. He's a mush mouth.
But I think he's very cute on his socials, like the pictures that he posts, like he seems so I'm like, maybe it's the camera. I don't know.
Oh, did you see that photo the alphas posted of him? He look all right. You know, if you squint a little bit.
And
You gotta understand. But hold on, y'all gotta understand this too. There is a different. Y'all know this. There are people that are attractive, and become more attractive when their personality comes out. Taylor has one of those faces like, my dog, you are attractive when we think you're a good person, but when you are not, you are ugly as fuck.
No, Nikki, because I got an ugly cute label. He don't even meet that one. Especially when he start talking. Jalen is the ugly cute because of his he's a sweetheart.
I'm screaming. SG said he needs clothes and a filter. And that's what I had to remind myself is, when they're taking pictures, we are getting their edited version of themselves,
And when he does his manly face, like those photos where he's like, he got his jaw set and he's like full onto the camera. He look a little cute. I ain't gonna hate.
Like the structure is nice, anyway. Oh yeah, Adelaide, we are actually getting ready to wrap it up, my friend. So I know, Gigi, I know you were chasing the dog.
Quick, I have a question. Does Taylor not know how to kiss?
No.
He needs to take some kissing lessons.
No.
He young.
He kissed like a 4-year-old, honestly.
Yeah, somebody said he kisses like a toddler kissing like a window. And now I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what it's like. I actually, sweet username, Jalen was not attractive to me. I can see why he is attractive in general. I can see why he would be attractive to someone else. Someone had said before, TT actually, before she got off, that she wanted to know, like she wished that Jalen had got more time in the villa. I just feel like Alandria did not like that man. He was too physical, and I don't think that we keep people in just for the sake of them having an opportunity at the experience, even though I think they did that with a lot of Islanders this season.
Yeah, and Mecca, I don't know if you guys know who she is, but she made a good point of like, they were just, first off, they were probably shocked that they actually had black men that actually like black women for once. And then also, Alandria is a first-time college grad. She would also want that as well. So not that there's anything wrong with being a truck driver, but they should have found another college grad, and it probably would have been even better if they found like a first-generation one like herself.
Yeah, somebody she could relate to. You know what, Shanika, to your point, and I'm not even gonna hold you, I be feeling like that most seasons. I be feeling like the men are so mid compared to the women. And I'm just like, for real? Y'all don't have more for these people than this? Oh, you're back, queen, whatever this thing is. You're back. It's giving parasocial. But I do want to wrap us. I know that, again, I was saying, Gigi, I know that you were in here. Yeah, I don't necessarily like the coy potential link up. I'm not going to hold you. But Gigi, I know that you were chasing the dog that ate the Pilates socks. You'll never be Alandria. Churros got it again. But I do want to invite you up if you want to give your final hot take. Any of my subs in here, if you want to come up, I'd love to hear your final hot take as we wrap out for tonight. Just request if you do. Okay, Anne, my friend, will you go? I'm going to give you your time. Will you give us your hot take?
Okay, thanks. My hot take is I'm excited for this reunion. I can't wait for it to come. However, I'm gonna contain my excitement because I know they're not gonna talk about the real ish. Let's tell the truth here. We're gonna let people keep getting away with toxic behavior, aka Helga. She really, for me, Helga and Ace kind of ruined the season for me. Ace was very strategic. And I think, and a lot of people have said this, it was karma that he got kicked off the show because he set a precedent that if you're locked in, you get kicked off. And look at that. The universe got you, Ace. And then on top of that, yeah, him being so strategic, it didn't feel like he was there for love. It felt like he was there for money. And that's kind of like the objective of the show. It's about love or money. But listen, Ace went online and made that same amount of money with the live that he did trolling us based on his subscriber only. So apparently the Leo's a smart businessman too. I don't care, he's still short and he has a Napoleon complex. Sir, get out of my face. You know what else? I don't like light-skinned guys, so suck it, Ace. I just don't. Chris is more my type. What else? Talking about that, like, Helga puts a nasty taste in my mouth. I don't know if they're gonna talk about her and her relationship with Lewis. Lewis is currently on the 3rd season of Perfect Match, and I heard he's doing another reality dating show. So he's a chronic reality dating show person. From my Googles, I found out he was on seasons 5 and 6 of Too Hot to Handle. So he's a clout chaser. He wanna be Miguel so bad. They're the ones that are parasocial with Miguel and Leah. But you'll never be them. Stop doing that. Blue also pointed out that season 7 hired archetypes to try to mimic their success for season 6. And as a first person who this season 7 is my first season watching, you guys failed miserably. No more influencers. You failed miserably. Fire all the producers. We're just gonna start over. Fire all of them. If you guys want me to see season 8, get a whole new crew. And please, for the love of God, get some people of color, for Pete's sake. And they need to be as dark as Chris or darker. Like, y'all don't know what you're doing at all. What's going on? Where's the diversity? What else can I say? Yeah, I just don't have much hopes for the reunion. We'll see what happens. It's not like they like to hold people accountable for what be going on. I hope that everybody comes with their book of shadows, like the other person said. Come with your receipts, or else this is not gonna be fun. I need timestamps. I need to be like, on this day you said this. I need you to come in like lawyers. I want to hear like what offended you, like what made you upset, like what was going on in the villa. Were you really there for love or money? That's the question I want them to ask Ace. Were you there for love or money? Because you look money hungry, sir. Leos like money too. It's not that it's a bad thing, but why go on the show to do all of that, sir? Shelly, I want to know why you didn't hold Ace accountable, just like you held Huda accountable. Yeah, this has to be an equal opportunity thing. I remember you and your husband were talking about like the way you're raising kids. I made it in a point. I only have a son. I do want a daughter one day. I'm finna adopt. That's a long story. Ain't no kids coming out this body. But I don't believe in double standard parenting. And what I will say in the Haitian community, that's a very that's a very that's something that they do. If you guys are familiar with the quote, boys get coddled and women are raised. That's so true in the Caribbean community. The mothers be loving on their sons, and they don't care about their daughters. I'll end it there since you guys are calling me a yapper. Toodles.
It's so funny though, because that's literally what we're called. My subs are called the yaps, so they get a full 5 minutes to yap because that's what we do. So she gets to give as many hot takes as she wants in that 5 minutes. And that's the whole point, is they're fucking hot takes. So I don't even agree with all the things, but we make space for whatever people are feeling or thinking in this live. Okay, thank you, Anne. Okay, Amina, I'm gonna give you your time, friend.
Okay, I'm still undecided as if I want to boycott Peacock next season, because like I can't say that I stand against racism, but they will get my little whatever $13.99 so I can watch this reunion. But because I have FOMO and I'm not gonna wait on the illegal website so I can see what's going on on TikTok. My hot takes as the reunion. Well, since I watched last season and it was awful, I do not have hope for this season's reunion. The only thing I will say is that the tide has shifted a little bit, because last season I feel like they focused a lot on Leah. I don't know if it's because she had the most followers or because, you know, she also comes from a rich family, so maybe they thought she could take them legally, whereas the other islanders might have had trouble. But now that, even though Huda has the most followers, she's not the most popular. It's Nick and Alandra, even though they didn't win. So I wonder if that will cause them to focus on them, because they want to court them for any other opportunities that they may provide. Because somebody told me in some comments that they are tied to Peacock for the next 3 years. All of them. They can't go to another network. So that's why, they're doing Beyond the Villa with Peacock. Because I was saying that they should go to Netflix because Netflix would give them a little bit more control, and Netflix usually has a more diverse team in general. But somebody told me that they can't. So I don't know how true that is. But yeah, that's one of my hot takes. I'm just wondering. Also, I think I said this on a different live, but people forget that Hilga was the only one that actually had management before going into the villa. And also her manager is a black man, but he's not American. So I'm really wondering why they have. So that could be why they haven't spoken up on the racism, because he don't see no problem with it, or he's just telling her not to get involved. But then also people were talking about her being with Louis, but I was like, this is marketing. What else can she do to keep her name out there besides beefing with the other cast? And at this juncture, she won't win against Nick and Alandria. So her next best thing is to get with somebody that's already popular on another dating show. If he's infamous for being a villain, so is she. So it's actually perfect. So people shouldn't worry about her for that. Because like I said, she went into the villa with management. People don't know that. They thought it was Sierra, but no, Sierra worked for one. Yeah, those are my only hot takes.
All right, thank you, Amina. Tata, give us your hot takes, friend. I'm gonna give you your time.
My hot take, and please don't come for me because again, I did not know Helga was Palestinian because I'm Jewish, so I don't want what I'm saying to be taken the wrong way. But I personally think that the producers favored her over the black women because of the political climate. I said it and someone jumped down my throat, but I think that's what it is. When it was because of what happened last season with Leah, they were not gonna have that in their hands because from what I heard, Leah got them fired and forced them to show the clip of the editing or whatever. So when I saw it, I was like, I said, I was like, these black women are.
Oh, Tata, you went away. Okay, there you go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're gonna be sacrificed in order for them to protect. Sorry, my sister keeps calling me.
No worries. She's like, girl. Okay, are you back on another account like a weirdo because I muted your other one? That would be very weird.
I'm so sorry. I had to open the door with my sister. But yeah, I feel like that's why they sacrifice the black women. I also feel like they I've been watching Love Island UK for years. So I from what I've seen, they've always put black women there as like a humiliation ritual. Like I've always noticed that. So I feel like the plan was the same thing for this season, because in season 5, remember what happened to KK? I feel like when KK did it to herself, but I feel like they were expecting the same humiliation to happen to the black women this season. And I feel like that's why they did it. And that's why they always spoke up when it came time to protect Huda, saying do not bully her. But then when it happened to the other girls, they said nothing about their bullying. So that's my hot take.
Thank you, Tata. I will say to the commenter, Kay, you do have freedom of speech, but not in my live. So you can hate from outside the club, but you are now muted for the rest of the live, and any other account you join from will also be muted. All right, Monjama, please give us your hot takes.
Is that tattoo a black woman? Austin. I need to know. I need the evidence. But like I said, I agree with Anne earlier. Like I'm just, clutching my pearls. I want to see what the reunion is given first, because like I said, my ship is sailing. It's great. So I really just want to know if people are gonna quote unquote stand on business, and if Andy is really am I going to be surprised? I would like to be surprised. That's what I'm saying. Not really a hot take, but I feel like everyone so far for what I'm hearing, we're more not giving up, we're more in the giving up stages. We're just man, we already know this and that is not gonna happen because of what happened last year. So I would like to be surprised. So I'll see what's gonna happen. That's my hot take. Are you guys gonna surprise me? And is that a black woman, Austin? Because hello.
Yeah, we need to see the info because
Yeah.
she's like a character on a TV show, is what somebody said, and that to me was just, it was wild for me to say I cannot be racist because I have a black woman tattooed on me, and it's an actual character. So you're literally saying that a caricature of a black woman.
Mm-hmm.
That's a crazy take.
Exactly.
That's a crazy take.
And it's even worse because like that. I feel like to me that's like an equivalent. Oh, I have a black friend.
Exactly.
Or even worse, to be honest. Like
Even worse. Even worse.
But yeah.
Okay, my friend, I'm going to give you your time. Will you go ahead and give us your takes?
Absolutely. Hot take. Hot take. Cancel Love Island for black women until 2028. Okay? Until 2028, cancel black women on Love Island. I don't want to see nay one of us go on this show because if y'all think it's bad now, it's going to continue to get worse and worse, especially because we have the Antichrist in office right now. And we'll just see in 2028 whether or not we still have a democracy running. So like, let's not forget that this is about our political climate, what's happening, reversing of DEI, the erasure of black people, black history. Like this is all a part of the vicious political climate that we're in. So cancel Love Island till 2028 for black women. I would love to see it. I would love to see us stand 10 toes down on that, and collectively as a community to do it. I would love to include black men on that, but I don't know if I have as much faith in them that they would do the same. I would love just black people just to be like, it's y'all show now. Let's see how well you do without us. I would love to see it. Another hot take would be the reunion. I would love to see the hot take. I now remember it. I thought I was going to go somewhere else. I think they're still going to downplay Nicolandria. I think they're going to still downplay the ship that's launched 1,000 other ships, the kiss that was heard around the world. I think Peacock, Love Island, they did not want this from the beginning, and I think that they are going to continue to downplay it, and not focus in on the amazing journey that these two have been taking and feeding their stands. Another hot take. I don't want to see Nick and Landria. Well, first of all, Tina, is it confirmed that it's shooting tomorrow? Because I heard that it wasn't until the 11th.
Somebody just said in the comments it got pushed. I only knew it was the 7th because that's what TJ had said, but I see that like where people seem to be, it doesn't seem like maybe that makes sense. But
I think Jeremiah had said that it was somewhere around the 11th.
Okay.
So
later than the 7th, it seems like.
Right. Okay. So yeah, I would love to see I would just love to see how or not love to see, but I think my hot take is that they're gonna continue to play down the Nicolandria ship and kind of boost up Brahmaya and even Huda even more. When we all know that that it is what it is. I'm sorry. I just said redacted's name. I'm sorry. Watch out. It's almost the end though. It's almost the end. They can't find us all at once. Another hot take. Ooh, I just had it. Oh, with Nicolandria. As much as we're being fed, as much as I love to see it, they still have another campaign coming out. I don't want to see them on our screens until the reunion. I need them to go and watch the show. Collect the data, take accountability with each other, talk through things with each other so they can show up in the united front that we all are expecting them to be in. So that's my hot takes. Oh, lastly, I do have one more thing. It's not a hot take, but it's something as a subscriber that I definitely would love to chat with you about, Tina. Is that I'm pretty sure at this point you've seen it, but the Kendra psychologist falling in love with her psychologist story time. I have questions. I have questions, and I need to talk about it. So as a subscriber, I need you to give me something, sis. All right, that's it for me.
Okay, I will say that somebody else asked me about it. I haven't watched the story time, so I'll have to watch it to hear what she. Will you send it to my? Will you DM it to me?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Milan, my friend, will you give us your hot takes?
Hi, Tina.
Hi, friend.
Hi, my name's Milan. Oh, and also, your hair looks really nice, by the way. Your curls are, I don't like, I just want to give you that compliment. My hot takes for the reunion. So, I've seen Andy's, like, kind of, like, do, like, host, like, shows. So, I feel like he's definitely a messy person, and he will ask hard questions. So, I expect a little bit, I think he's going to do good with the show. I want Jeremiah to bring that book he said he's gonna bring to the reunion. I want him to stand on business. He seems like someone who's not confrontational, but I really need him to like just stand 10 toes, like, and just stop trying to be so nice to like people. I do want Chris to call out Huda on her like behavior that she like the things she said about him on interviews. Everyone keeps saying what book. Jeremiah said that. Like, you guys know how Janae brought, like, that, like, receipts of, like, things that were being said. He kind of said he was going to bring a book to the reunion and all that stuff. And then I do want the guys, like Ace, Nick, and them to have a conversation, like, something with Jeremiah. And honestly, I feel like Huda, she's gonna get a lot of heat coming her way. So hopefully she doesn't bring tears, because it's gonna look really bad.
Yeah.
But yeah. And then I feel like Iris and Pepe, I feel like they're not gonna have any heat coming their way. Like, yeah. So that's kind of like my hot takes. It's really Jeremiah standing on business at the reunion.
Yeah.
And one thing I wanted to say is, like, I wish that, like, all the Islanders, like, even though it's kind of realistic because the episodes are really long and the season's long, I really wish that the Islanders, before going on interviews, like, they were able to watch the show instead of seeing clips of the show. I don't know if that makes sense. So that they can have a full picture of what, like, America is seeing. But, like, the episodes are long and, yeah.
Yeah. I think so. I see your comments, Juanita. I'm gonna respond to you, friend. I think shit. Yeah, I would love for them to just have a goddamn watch party. Just sit down all together. Y'all have a watch party, fuss at each other together in that moment, and then come to the reunion and let's hear what y'all have after your like initial reactions to it. Like, just I need y'all to watch it. Because, and I said this before about Islanders doing the they're trying to
This is my new edit with Kulani.
I mean, I only dropped you because it wouldn't let me mute your mic. It wouldn't like turn off. You can come back up if you want to. But I feel like it's hard for them to respond to like what viewers are seeing when they don't actually know what we saw. They don't know what our perspective is. So I feel like I would love also for them to watch it. I also can completely understand why they're like, I don't want to watch it, because they lived it, right? And so they're like, I don't care what y'all saw, we lived it, right? So I can see the both sides of that. Juanita, I saw your comment about people saying that he needs to address it, and that why are people holding Kilga accountable around addressing it and not him? I would say I have a couple of thoughts about that. The first thought would be, I have no idea what conversations he and Landry have had. I don't know she wants him to talk about it or to come to her defense about it. I have no idea the conversations they've had. So to make a presumption or to make a demand of how he would respond feels odd, considering he's the one in the relationship with her, and I'm sure they've talked about it. You know what I mean? We can have thoughts about what we would like to see, but if she has asked him to do something different than that, then of course he's going to prioritize what his partner is asking for. I will say that I think he is defensive of her in general, and I think that that might feel like enough. Like, the way that Alandria approached that first interview when she said, I'm just collecting my data, basically, right? She's like, I'm getting all my information before I say anything. She might be being strategic, and that might be why they have not said why neither one of them really have said anything publicly, right? Other than her letting us know. She did let us know in her Variety interview that she's seen it and the impact it had on her mental health. But I would not be shocked if there's a reason why they're not saying something. Now, if he's just not coming to her defense and she would want him to, Alandria doesn't strike me as a girl that would stick around with the man that she feels does not protect her, considering how strongly she has talked about wanting a man that has those like Southern values, or those very like particular values, which protection would definitely be one of them. I think if she was feeling unprotected by him, she would be moving differently. So my assumption is that potentially they've already had a conversation, and that's why we're not hearing anything. And we'll just have to wait to find out if like what actually is going on around that. I would say also, I think it's a false equivalency, right? Which I think, thank y'all so much for the gifts. It's a false equivalency when people say like he should address it because we're asking for Hilga to address it. Oh my gosh, thank you for joining my fan club. These are different things, right? This is not a matter of like Nick's fan base addressing her in this way. I think in that instance, he would definitely have to say something, period, no matter how she felt about it, because he doesn't want people that are saying they represent him or that they're friends with him, or, well, not friends with, but fans of him, right? Some of them probably think they are his friend, but he wouldn't want people that are fans of him representing him that way. And I think he would have to say something, period, in that instance. You know what I'm saying? But I do think that Sweet as Taboo. I do. I am willing to like default to whatever Asian community is saying about it, but I've already said that very publicly. I've like made videos about it. So I actually do think that he should say something. But I also, and maybe it's just not coming up in my timeline. I haven't seen any Asian creators, and I follow a few, asking for that. So I don't know how they feel about it. And I don't want to make demands on behalf of a community that I don't belong to. But as someone that is in a community that experiences oppression and marginalization and racism and bigotry, I, of course, would want him to address it, because I would not want a Black woman in a relationship with a man that can't be accountable for things that he said that are problematic. Yeah, so then I stand with them, Barely Oddbiss. Like, that for me is not, that's not a gotcha for me, because I say all the time, my faves, everybody gets it on here. Everybody gets it on here. I don't care if I like you. Bad behavior is bad behavior, period. And I don't care. Like, I can do nuance. I can like you as like parts of you, and still hold other parts of you as like things that are for growth. Yes, Milan.
Also wanted to add on, because like I was like saying this in another live. I think I've seen you in a few like Love Island lives. I feel like it's one you can be a fan of somebody and like someone, but you can also call out their behaviors.
Exactly.
And that's like something I do a lot when it like comes to Huda, because I like her, but I will call out her behaviors, because she's done a lot. She's done a lot this season.
Yeah. So so I do think that that's a false equivalency around the obligation to address explicitly the anti-Black racism that Alandria is receiving between the two of them. And that doesn't mean that I think that he should not be accountable about things that he has said. So I'm a full grown up in here, y'all. So I hold space for all the things to be true at one time. My hot take, and then I see two more people that want to come up and give their hot take, but then we're going to end, y'all. My hot take is that I think the reunion is going to be underwhelming. I think that we're going to be disappointed with what we see and hear. My hot take is also that this one is probably the hottest take. I think that we're gonna hear some breakups announced at the reunion or very shortly after. And do I have any more? No, y'all know what I think about that dynamic. And I feel like that's not as hot of a take anymore. I mean, maybe to some people in this live. Yeah, so I do have a video about it, but I think Bramaya T. That's who I think personally. I agree, but I do think that I think that some people are going to, they have to ride the wave. And I can see potentially why there might be like contractual things as to like why they can't say certain things, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's my most recent, like, very high view video, I think. Okay. Yeah, I think so too, Sweet Taboo. Okay, I have some folks that want to come give their hot take real quick. I'm going to accept you up. I have 2 spots, and these will be my last 2 up to give their hot takes. Azariah, I think that's how I say it. I'm going to give you your time. Correct me if I am wrong in saying your name. Please correct me. I know you've been before, but I forgot.
It's Azaria. And I think my take is that Huda will start losing followers after the reunion. I think the reason why it's my hottest take is because the way that the editors or the producers of the show edited the show, it was clearly made out to be that Shelly and Olandria were meant to be seen as like bullies towards Huda. And because they cut out a lot of scenes of like Huda crashing out on Jeremiah, and then they also cut out the call out challenge, like stand on business challenge, I think that if they show that full context of that conversation, which they're most likely going to have to show because like that instigated a lot of the show's like viewership and like voting, I don't think it's gonna paint Huda in a positive light, because the fact that like that went on for 6 hours and most of it was for Huda, and we only got 2 interactions from Shelly and Olandria, I think that's gonna show it might show something that Huda did, and I think the show producers planned that out on purpose to like basically prop up someone to like gain a whole bunch of followers, gain like a whole bunch of people that will love this person to kind of like tear them down. I don't hate Huda. I just like or like think that she needs to be humbled, but the way the producers act on Love Island, they love to humble their contestants, and they were even trying to humble Leah last year when they were sending her tweets about like people hating her on Twitter, when in actuality a lot of people really liked Leah. So that's my hottest take.
I appreciate that. I can feel that. I haven't put that take out, so I'm actually shocked to hear you say that, because I think it's going to happen, but I think it's going to happen for a different reason. And maybe, Azaria, I will make a video about it, but I definitely, for me, he gives like the quintessential, we build you up to tear you down. And I think it's going to take the slightest of things for her fan base to decide we're going to turn on her.
Yeah, I think her fan base plays... Yeah, her fan base definitely plays a role in that as well, because they put her on such a high pedestal that like eventually like with all influencers, especially influencers that have this like high pedestal, like, oh, she's so innocent, oh, she's so nice, it's only until a few minutes before they fall from grace. Not saying that I want her to, but like the way her fans are, and like the fact that some of them are still in school, like high school, middle school. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I honestly, to be honest, y'all, I do feel like I would be concerned about the potential impact on her mental health if that did happen, because I can see how much she likes that adoration. And so that would be one thing that I would feel, concerned for her, what the potential impact could be if that does happen.
And she was so vulnerable on that podcast. So I don't know. Her fans scare me.
Yeah. Okay. My friend Jay, will you go ahead and give us your hottest takes?
Hi. Hey, girl.
I want to say my hot take is that season 6 was truly lightning in a bottle, and I think the producers are very bad at their jobs. And I don't think we'll be able to ever recreate what that season was. And I feel like the biggest reason is the team truly behind the show doesn't seem equipped to their roles, in my opinion. I don't know if it's like insecurity or like, I mean, not literally that, but like it's your job and you should be good at your job regardless of anything going on outside of that. And I just think they seem too susceptible to any wave. And I think that until the show falls off again and plateaus, we won't be able to get that real genuineness back up. And I say this because I watched Love Island UK for like a lot of seasons, to be honest, and like a similar thing happened there with season 5 being the star season, and it kind of falling off after that with winter season and everything. But the thing that I'll give UK is they follow the formula, and I think that's what US is missing, of like they don't follow the formula. Like they're just too much adjusting and like trying to like throw like spikes in the road to like create friction and like drama, but it's just inauthentic, you know? And my second hot take is that I think that Huda's fan base being primarily young people, like it gives me the same energy of like a high school fling of like intense, strong emotions, and like they will fizzle out and find something new to obsess over. And I'm just worried about like her trajectory after this. I do think that Nick and Alandria will likely have the best like post Love Island journey, just because their fans really do love and support them as a couple and separately, I think. And then my third opinion is that I think that Shelley got an unfair like straw, like the shortest stick, if that makes sense. And not to her personally, I just don't think her narrative is fair for her necessarily. And I think it'll be difficult for her to pull herself, not difficult, but to go against the grain and pull herself out of the situation.
Yeah. I think that's definitely fair. I think lots of Islanders got kind of shitty edits, you know. I will say, I see the comments, y'all flooding about Nick Alandria. Nancy, to your question about like whether or not folks have dated in real time, I will say too that, you know, I've said it on this live before. I think sometimes people they misinterpret physicality as depth and as evidence of deep connection. My husband and I did not get physical with each other for 3 months. And that didn't make us less connected. It didn't make me love him less. I was just very intentional about the way that we chose to be physical with each other. And so I think we should just be mindful that, you know, when you're watching someone that already had brand deals choose to bring you into them, if you don't think that choosing to put a person on is an expression of love and care, I'm curious what you think that means, right? So like when we see him creating these opportunities, when we see him speaking life into her, when we see him saying things like, he said, no, the deals are gonna come. Like, cause she was like, well, I hope to. And he's like, no, it's gonna happen. Like the way that he speaks about her and into her and to her, like, I think that is an expression of love, even if it is platonic love. And yeah, they don't have to start doing a whole bunch of stuff to prove to us that it's romantic love. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think and I know that in the most recent ad or no, whatever from the little bikini line, they said our favorite
Kulani bikinis.
Yes, they said that basically Nick was in love with her. They said that pretty much. So, and his friends have been commenting like 51, which is an ode to, yeah, it's like they need a performance, and I get it that's like what, because y'all are accustomed to, you know, consuming them on Love Island, but they're also regular humans out in the real world, and they don't have to perform for our consumption, and that doesn't make it less real. You know what I mean? So I appreciate the ways that he shows up for her that are not based in the physicality, especially because of what she's talked about with not wanting it to be so physical so fast. So yeah. Anywho, thank y'all so much for joining the live. Thank you for all of the likes. Thank you for all of the follows. Thank you to my panel. Y'all continue to be amazing every time y'all come up here. We don't always agree about everything, but we always hold the space, and I love that for us. So thank y'all so much. I will see y'all again.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye, you
Good night.
too.
Thanks, everyone.
Or-